Good afternoon. I'd like to call the City Council meeting to order. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Sullivan? Here. Councilmember Bowen? Here. Councilmember Bash? Here. Mayor Pro Tem Grummeyer? Here. Mayor Newton?
Here.
All present. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana. Do we have any public comments?
We have Bonnie Slager. Where'd she go? There she is.
Hi, Bonnie.
Good afternoon, everybody. As you're looking at budget, it's time for us to again remind you of our 10 most needed trail improvement list, and remember that some of these have been on here since Berwyn was young, not to mention the rest of us. So I know that this last year we did actually get a couple done, which was kind of exciting. But again, we present our list. I believe you have it in your packet. And there is one error I didn't realize until I was writing yesterday on the first one on 4th Street. They put the new white fencing in and they went up. So actually there's only 4 properties where it's encroached out that they weren't able to put trail fencing in. And so that should change to 4 properties. And we particularly would like to see the, and I know Amanda has been working on this, but we won't quit until it's done, 6th Street from Pikes Peak Park up to the Equestrian Center. We really want to see that people walk. And when I rode my horse to sunrise service, it was a challenge because I was kind of late, and everybody that was late was driving up there. It's like being late to church every Sunday, right? And so we'd really like to see that done. And then the other one that has really been at the top of our list for doing something is the south side of the community center, where we have a resident that actually fenced the trail, drives their vehicle up the trail to park back there, and has a small building. So we'd really like to see some focus on those, which I know are both Amanda's. The others I've presented to Sam at the Streets and Trails meeting, and I know he's been looking at that list and trying to see which ones are the most doable, and I do appreciate your attention to those. So thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Bonnie. Well, at least we got a couple knocked off this last year. So, any other comments?
We're all good, Mayor.
Thank you. I'll call upon the Lissette City Manager to begin the workshop.
Hello, Mayor, Council members. Before we get started on the continuation of our budget workshop, I do want to say a few thank yous to Daphne Liu for assisting as Interim Finance Director this last couple months. And also, thank you, Daphne, for all your work on that. And also introduce our new Finance Director, Joshua Calhoun.
Good evening,
welcome, Joshua.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Joshua Calhoun, come to you with 15 years of government accounting experience. Previously worked the last 3 years at a small city out in the Los Angeles area, so I came out here to be a little bit closer to home. Look forward, been here with the city for about a week, so just getting my feet wet. Been great working with the city so far, and look forward to serving the staff in the community and be of assistance to council.
Great.
Thank you.
Welcome. Yeah, Kevin.
The new one.
I would follow the new one. And we're just going to recap to sort of key points of what we discussed at the last budget workshop to bring everybody back to where we left off. Our budget process here, we're currently in budget workshops. This is budget workshop number 2, where we are hoping to get directions on our operating budget and as well as go over our capital improvement program. To highlight when we presented, we currently show current deficit of 5.7 million for fiscal year 25-26 in our general fund, which would bring us to our ending fund balance of 29.2 with that deficit. During the first budget workshop, we discussed some of our cost-saving measures that we took into preparing the preliminary budget to get it to where it is at 5.7. Just to highlight some of those key challenges, it's our current inflation trends, our limited sales tax growth opportunities as the city nears build out is especially hard with our cost of services. Public safety and contracted services continue to rise. We also have where reserves should only be used for one-time expenditures and be able to, in the long term, be able to build that reserve for facilities, capital improvements, and economic development. From our last meeting, we did receive some follow-up information and questions that council had requested. Some of those items were obtaining an updated financial forecast over the next couple years, determine donation projections for the fiscal year, additional levels of services and corresponding costs for the homeless services options, and also had requested some residency data, costs, and staffing levels at some of our recreation programs and special events. Just to recap with one of the biggest issues that we have here in Norco is what we call the Norco dilemma, is continuing to fund an equestrian lifestyle with large lots with agriculture and animal keeping. So that is the mission of the city, where council prepares those policies to ensure that we're able to maintain that, and staff is, our job is to implement those policies and procedures for that goal. So the biggest challenge here is our lower tax base with less homes per acre, our aging infrastructure, the rising cost to maintain our facilities and amenities, and how do we conserve our open space, and also with our limited available land for new revenue growth. Back in 2017, this was the financial forecast that was provided of where we would be. So back in 2017, this was what initiated part of the Measure R sales and use tax initiative. One of the questions that was asked during the first budget workshop is if we could do an updated financial forecast. This was provided taking into account what our highest costs are. Our revenues, as you could tell, are maintaining. They're not looking to decrease. They're just not growing at the same pace as our expenditures, which is what our problem or challenge is with our budgets going forward. Same information, just in a bar graph, where we see that it was the same as what was projected in 2017, where revenues do grow. They're just not growing at the same rate of our expenditures, which reducing that our fund balance. One of the other questions that we were asked was what the donations were prior to the implementation of the sponsorship, moving them all to one. One of the difficulties in providing just a donation amount is that all the donations, ticket sales, and concessions were all lumped into the same line item by event, so that was hard to go back and determine. We would have to go through every transaction. So what we provided was basically take all the special events that had where those donations would go and give that information. And when we officially switched in this fiscal current year, we added ticket sales and concessions separately. So now we're able to track that separately. One of the other items that was brought up to discuss was our homeless services options. Is the green highlighted one is currently what's in our budget. That is the total cost. Some of that is in our general fund, about $655,000, and about $200,000 is currently budgeted in our housing fund. And with the options we did provide, there's also the detailed breakout that we have handouts. Another question was, what is the cost of our We People program? So We People is part of our Youth Services and Family Services division. In that, we went through and identified what the costs just for We People are, those revenues for the last 3 years, and about what percentage is the cost compared to the Youth Services division. This here provides the registrations and number of individuals for our youth and adult sports programs. So this includes our adult, our basketball leagues, our t-ball, our summer camps, including our We People spring camp and summer camp. And we did try to provide this with the number between residents and non-residents. This just continues. This slide here provides a summary of our special events. So here is just what is included. The green column is what is currently included in our budget for our special events. We did get requested from how much is the attendance versus how many are residents compared to outside of our city that are coming to these events. And also we included the amount of staff. So, you know, each event not only includes our community services or facilities department that hosts the event, but as well as the departments that that support those events, such as community services, management, public works staff, and we try to capture those to get a total staff that is involved in the events. We did have from our budget priority workshops where we discussed some of the items that we were presenting for budget, some that were new and some that were increasing. We did have our sheriff's contract that expected to increase, our CAL FIRE Riverside County Fire Department contract, our contracted fire specialist and deputy fire marshal, the wildland protection agreement, increasing our emergency management support from 8 hours to 20 hours, and continuation of our homeless service program, and the additional funding for the 4 new authorized positions. This here provides the breakdown of those 4 authorized positions that were authorized, but the funding was not approved yet, and we were bringing it back to you during budget for fiscal year 25-26. This breaks down the positions by each type of fund of their cost. Here we provided the information regarding position vacancies, where these existing positions are currently approved. On the left-hand side of the board is the ones that are included in our budget, and the items on the right side are the ones that are not included in the budget. Sorry, let me take that back. They're all in the budget, but they're not, we're requesting funding for that. The funding's not approved. So with our challenges that we currently have some items that, items are put in place to be able to make sure that for long-term planning, we have available funding available in times. Currently, our general fund reserve with this deficit is, as of March 31st, is 20 million. We have our equipment replacement fund that is an internal service fund to be able to maintain and replace vehicles as when the time is needed. That has a balance of 6.7 million. Our internal service fund for IT, that has a fund balance of about 2 million. Measure R has a fund balance of 13 million. Our OPEB trust currently has a fund balance of 14 million, not a fund balance. Our pension rate stabilization fund, 4.6 million, and we currently in our general fund have donations and sponsorship designation set aside in our reserve of 350,000. For direction, at this time, staff didn't cut any of the current programs or service levels. They've just been reduced, or they haven't been reduced or eliminated. It was more continue the same level of service with obviously the new cost of those services. Some of our funding options are to use our general fund reserves, defer certain funding to future fiscal years, reallocate existing funds to a different priority, reduce funding for projects, programs, and services, transfer from other funds depending on the funds which might, that are allowed to be able to do that from, or also evaluate new funding sources. And with that, I would like to hand it over for discussion and direction on our budget.
Thank you, Lisette. If you would please, as we go through this and try to provide direction, I'd like to see us try to, or you, to develop a menu, okay, of basically our discussions with that. And whether we complete that menu this afternoon or at another meeting, but I think that would be helpful. Okay. So, Mayor Pro Tem, would you like to start?
You really want to start with me?
No? Kevin?
Yeah. I can go to Kevin if you'd like. Oh, well, look, Kevin only has one question.
If you only have one, Kevin, let's go ahead and start with you.
I just have one question. On the page financial forecast, doesn't have a number, 2025-26 preliminary operating budget. So I'm confused because it says in 22-23 we would have a deficit of 4 million and change. 2024 we'd have a deficit of 8 million. By 2027 we have a deficit of 28 million. I'm confused by that chart.
That was the original forecast back in 2017.
Prior to Measure R, prior
Yes.
to actually making money, prior to...
Correct.
I just wanted to make... I was just confused by it.
Yes.
All right, that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. Robin?
So you just want my ideas to add to the menu? Is that what you want?
No, I think, as we've said before, it's like a Starbucks talk, in a sense, that I think we need to develop a menu, but I think we also need to address the magnitude of the deficit and items that we want to keep proceeding with, items that we're going to need to look at, some areas that we're going to need to cut.
Okay.
I'd start running through the whole.
So you want my order. So a couple of things. just philosophically speaking, when like the homeless subcommittee had met a while back, I was under the impression we had like a $1.2 million deficit. We came to workshop and it was a 5.7. So clearly, in my mind, we had to reevaluate a few things. So I'll just kind of put that out there that, and I don't think if you go back and watch any budget workshops that you would be surprised that I'm obviously not in favor of running a deficit spending. I asked a lot of questions last year, and I do feel like some of what we're dealing with was just like leftovers from our workshops last year and what was presented to us. So that can go on the record. With that said, when we look at our organization, number one, we have to look at what are we offering and then what's being offered in the community already at either the same price or a lower price. So for those of you that don't know, the building next door, we have TK free for everybody. So starting at 3 years old, your kids can go to school and not pay anything. They also have ELOP, which is Extended Learning Opportunities Program, which is basically after school enrichment programs for students at elementary schools, again, at no cost. So essentially, your children can stay at school until 6 o'clock in the evening, go through enrichment programs at absolutely no cost to you, and have that provided. So when we look at our programs, what are we offering that's going to be different or better that people will want to pay for, or we're literally competing with something that's being offered for free and we're asking people to pay for the service. So knowing what's in the community, knowing what's being funded, and like the ELOP programs, for example, even though the state is facing a deficit, they're putting more money into that program. That program continues to grow. It was primarily elementary. It is now into the intermediate schools and will continue to grow as they put more funding into that program. Kevin, I'm sure you're aware with the industry that you're in, the impacts of the state monies that are going to our public schools and the impacts that that has on private businesses.
70% of the kids at our school, it's free.
Yeah.
70%.
Yeah, so it's, that is a big deal. My other thoughts are on our homeless solutions. I do feel like we need to probably, in looking at that menu, we need to reduce what we're paying for in that area as well. I did talk to Karen Roper the other day about, the services, and I was asking questions about, well, on the permanent housing, like how critical is that and where does that fit into the program? And essentially what would happen if we don't have any permanent housing after we've done the motel shelter, then they're literally just gonna go back on the street because they've extended or used all of their motel shelters. So looking at that and saying, well, we're gonna not have permanent housing solutions, we're just gonna end up in kind of this cycle of, we'll keep people off the streets for a little bit and then they're gonna go back, then they'll come back into the program and exit out again. And looking at the options on that one, knowing that a portion of that money comes from our housing fund, I am leaning towards either option 1B or 2B. I will also say like CityNet, we can't reduce services with them because we've already kind of said, hey, we're gonna do a certain number of outreach days with CityNet. So there's no flexibility in that particular portion of the contract either. And on that one, those are the folks that are going out and making the contacts with our unhoused neighbors. And again, if you're familiar with the program, especially some of our folks that have been out on the streets for years and years, it's going to take multiple contacts before they're going to accept services. But I also will speak to the fact that, in my opinion, our Homeless Solutions partnership with Corona has been one of the more successful things that we've done in our community because it has significantly decreased the number of unhoused folks. There's the last 2 years we've been in the river, there's been nobody for the point in time count, and Deputy Wittenberg has done an amazing job when transients are moving through, getting them picked up, giving them a bus pass to wherever they need to go, and getting them moved, and then if there are folks, getting them hooked up with CityNet and getting them moved into the program if they'll accept services. Then the other item, and I said it at the last workshop too, we do not have to have something every Friday during the summer. It just, especially when we're looking at a deficit as large as what we're looking at, it's nice to offer things, but as I've been thinking about like the deficit, if this was my personal household and these were the choices that I had to make, like you're not going to go out to dinner, you're not going to go have an entertainment budget, you're going to cut those things first in your own personal finances. And I really do think that that is kind of what we should be looking at as we're looking at this as well. Like you have to go back to the necessities, and our like wants and things like that are nice, and when the money comes back, then we can reevaluate, but that's just my kind of 2 cents to start the discussion.
I have a question on the homeless services. You said 1B and or 2B?
Yes.
Were your 2? And do we?
Correct. And so the difference, Greg, on that is your permanent housing placements.
Correct.
And so 2 to 3 versus 5 or 6. And I apologize, I did not ask Karen how many permanent housing placements we have. I don't know, Alejandra, would you have that information by chance?
Mayor and council, so keep in mind that we didn't always have permanent and transitional housing placements, and then also that the report that is ran by CityNet for this is all together. It's permanent and transitional housing placements. So fiscal year 2021, there were 0 because that wasn't part of the pilot program. And then fiscal year 2022, there were 5. Fiscal year 2023, there were 8. Fiscal year 2024, 30. And to date now for this fiscal year, 10. So just for reference.
Do you have, or this may be you or Lisette, without flipping through 20 pages right now, what do we have in our current budget? Which one of these items for homeless services?
In the general fund, 655,000 and 200,000 in the housing fund. Option 2, which is, yeah.
Option 2 is what we put in our budget?
Yes,
The-
what's
the
highlighted in
851?
green. Yes.
And how much of that would be covered by the housing fund?
So right now, we currently know that we could claim all the administrative costs, so that's what is estimated in there. We are meeting, is it next week or in the next 2 weeks, I believe, with our housing consultant. We've provided them the documentation of what the program is, and they're reviewing that to determine if this program can be fully funded through the housing. So, but we won't know that until the future.
So where we are today, let's say the consensus on council, without asking, is option 1B, the 568. Would the administrative cost that's contributed, would that reduce, or is that kind of like a fixed amount?
It's a formula, I believe, if I recall, I think it's up to 5% of your balance in your housing fund. I don't remember the exact formula, but it is a formula with a cap.
Okay.
And then I do want to stress what Robin mentioned earlier, that staffing levels cannot change. It's just the permanent housing placement portion.
Okay. So that, then, thank you.
You're welcome.
By going to option 1B, that helps reduce this deficit.
Yes, that would be about 300,000 in the general fund.
Okay.
Because you would lower the cost with the 200,000 from the house.
Yes, we'll still be able to claim the
So it's 568 less 200,000.
200, yeah.
Okay. It's a good start. Robin, on different, you started off with different programs. Do you at this time want to, or would you rather wait to go down the list of programs? I'll wait. Okay. And the same with activities, your third item. Okay. Greg? Your items?
Thank you. Robin already hit on the homeless services, but my other question was position vacancies. I know they're not funded. I think we should put those on hold. And we've got, my question would be to city manager, do we have positions available right now that are people that are working that, like a senior planner, that are open, like take animal control?
Can you get closer to your mic?
Pardon?
Closer to your mic?
Like, we'll start at the top, like animal control. Would it be more efficient to go with the county for animal control like we did with fire and like we did with the sheriff department instead of having our own? Would we save money by going to the county animal control? Because right now, we're limited on the amount of people we have. Would we be able to save money to go to animal control for Riverside County?
That analysis we haven't done to be able to address that. I know some cities that contract out with the county. Some cities have, like in the western region in Riverside, southwestern, they have their animal services sort of through like it's not like JPA, but like an agreement between all the cities that go through a nonprofit to do their animal control. So there's those options too, but we haven't gone out to determine the cost or feasibility of what the differences would be.
Well, I left my folder at the house, so I apologize. But I did do a little research on it. And they even have, there's a couple cities out there, which I can't quote because I don't have my folder with me, that they're actually having private security fill those spots. And like you said, Riverside Humane Society used to be all private industry from having their own, and I don't know where they work now. But I mean, if we're not going to save money, we need to have our own. But if we can save money, I think we should look into it.
And one thing I do want to expand upon that particular idea of joining a JPA or going with county services, it is an application process because they have to scale their services, and it could be up to the next fiscal year until we can actually be a member and whatnot. So it won't be a current fiscal year impact. So it might be something that we could approach and put something as possibly going into there. We could have prelim discussions with those agencies for possibility into future years and explore those costs.
I mean, with our fire and our sheriff department, we get phenomenal service from them. And I'm not opposed to keeping our own. I mean, we're Norco, it's all about horses. Our people are unique. But I mean, if we're trying to pick up a deficit of $5 million and we can pick up $1 million or $2 million by doing it, that'd be something to look at.
One thing that you will have when you do outsource it to a JPA or to the county is you lose a lot of local control. You're at the mercy of their staffing levels and whatnot and their priority needs. So if there's issues in one other part of the county or their service area, well, other areas might be negligent in those. So something to keep in mind as far as service levels.
Okay, thank you. And if we may, on some of these, that leans more to a policy direction than a budget direction at this point.
Correct.
So, but appreciate the ask on that.
Oh, yeah,
I would just leave it as a policy discussion at this time, unless there's certain items, Greg, that you had mentioned your position right now on position vacancies is on the request for new positions without approved funding, not to move forward on at this time. Correct. Okay.
I have a question, just a question on that.
If
So,
Sure.
The IT fund, can you explain the difference between the enterprise fund and general fund? Is the IT, that position, would that come out of the enterprise fund?
Correct. That is an,
Explain the difference between the two funds. We're talking a little bit apples and oranges about these four positions, how they're funded.
correct. So the internal service fund that funds our information program, it's sort of like a standalone fund, and basically that service is for the city itself, not for, you know, it's not like for our water and items. So basically, it is meant to, whatever that cost of that service is, then gets allocated to all our funds, not just the general fund, but water, sewer, our enterprise funds, our special revenue funds, because they are providing that service to the city. So that position is not in the general fund, but in turn, the general fund is paying for that service individually through the individual divisions.
So that, I'll talk a little later, but that's not a position that I want to cut.
But one other thing to consider with that, Kevin, is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, that number does not include going forward with any COLA increases, any cost to retirement, medical.
I believe this accounts for it in this fiscal year. It does account for salary and the benefits.
Okay, but not
Yeah, not future,
not
yeah.
down the road.
Yeah, I get
and
it.
that additional impact with that. But I think at the end of the day, also, I'm kind of mixed on that one because I know where we are IT-wise and what needs to be done compared to that deficit. But the internal service charges are, at the end of the day, it's the residents that pay that. So it's IT charging all the different departments for what that projected cost is, which is then passed on to the residents.
I'll touch on it later.
Okay. Fia?
Well, I like the idea that we're going to be going down through each of the
Have at it.
program. Oh, I don't think I want to start it, but the programs and events, I do believe that unfortunately they should, there needs to be some cuts. We're possibly looking at charging. I kind of went back and forth with this a little bit, charging the non-residents because we have so many non-residents coming. But then I don't know if that would offset how many, the number of staff that we have there at these events. So I'm kind of torn between that. But I do like the idea of going through each one of those and making decisions with that. And then also to discuss more about the positions that aren't currently funded. And then also, I agree with the homeless solutions with the option, what was it, but 1B, the 568, that I do agree with.
To address your first question, Councilmember Sullivan, is we are currently in the progress of a comprehensive user fee study that we are exploring cost and adjustments to subsidies for residents versus non-residents as part of that study. It'll be after this budget is adopted that will be approved, but it is something that we are looking for and considering so that it is more economical to our residents versus those outside of our service area.
Right, because I did just a little bit of research and I looked to see how much Eastvale charges for events. And for example, at the Easter egg hunt that we had this year, which was so much fun to be part of, you know, there was a lot of people coming from out of area, which is great. I'm not trying to keep non-residents out, but I just think that we really need to look at that for
Yeah.
sure. So I'm glad that at least that we're going to be doing a user fee.
Yes, and we are doing comparables to some of our neighbors on some of those fees, and we'll be sure to target that particular revenue type. Sometimes it could be apples and oranges when comparing from one city to another, depending on scale, resources, sponsorships, funding, and whatnot. So we'll see if it's comparable, or if not, we'll report back to you.
Thank you.
One other thing to add to that is also not just like whether to charge on some of these events, but to have an increase for the non-residents compared to a resident fee for those events could be also looked into.
We already have that in some of the youth sports already,
Yes, in some of the youth sports, but not in our special
pretty
events.
much across the board.
In recreational programs, yes, we do have that.
So just, I have a few items myself, but generally, like on these programs, and to me, it's, you know, on one side, it all comes down to community, and that we need to provide for our residents and our community. At the same time, we need to be able to afford that and pay for those services. And so trying to keep with that spirit, but we have programs that can be filled, as the Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, you know, by the school district, right? And whether it's after-school care, whatever. And a lot of these are not, you know, I think there was one, say, like on, maybe it was T-ball or something like that, that our softball leagues, our baseball leagues also have T-ball, okay? And that may not be the exact example, but that there's other avenues out there. And when we see these lower registrations, it's, I think those are areas that at this time, you know, we need to pause. But we can get further into that. I wanted to just go over some of these budget priority directions. Sheriff, CAL FIRE. I certainly understand those increases. I mean, the dilemma to attract and keep public safety officers is a challenge right now. And those costs are going to just keep on growing. And just as a little sidebar, not related to this, but this is going to be a challenge further and further down the road. That, like in construction, okay, for every 5 people that retire, there's 2 people coming in. And I kind of look at that with public safety. That challenge right now is there's folks retiring, but there's nobody coming in to fill those positions. So I think we're going to see these costs just increasing and increasing, and at some point in time, that's where the higher percentage of our monies are going to go. Anyways, moving down, the third item, contracted, we talked about in our priorities, full-time fire specialist and part-time deputy fire marshal, $120,000. One of my questions that, and I believe council was copied on, was right now our current plan check inspection contract is, let's say, 4 hours a day, okay? And we share that cost with Eastvale. Do we know at this point in time, do we get the full time that we contract for? And I believe the other part of that question was who internally supervises that operation, and I believe it's something that we were working on. So even though I know there's been comments about delay in plans and plan check, with that, without knowing if we're getting our full contracted hours at this time, I think it's not prudent to just say, let's make somebody full-time and spend $120,000. So my direction on that priority item is at this time not to move forward with the full-time fire specialist and part-time deputy marshal at that budgeted price of $120,000 until we find out where we really are with our current contract and are we receiving what we are paying for. And also those costs currently, they're covered by fees, correct?
Yes, we do. When events or permits come through, those are passed through to the permit holder.
The Wildland Protection Agreement, as prudent as I believe this is something we should do, I think this is another item that we should pause. Just because at this time there's no high transmission lines in the riverbed, and it could be another couple of years before we see those. I think it's a smart insurance policy to have, but where we are today, I would like to pause that request also.
Would you like Chief Otterman to speak on some of those items, or?
Yeah, but let me finish the last one, and then the chief can speak on 3 of them, okay? The emergency management support that we currently contract 2 hours a day, or
It's 8 hours a week.
8 hours a week? All right, well, that math
They're here
could
one day.
work. Okay, that math could work, right? And this is to move us forward in our operations and our training with our EOC.
It's our EOC, I just went blank. Thank you. Our emergency operations plan, so that has to be updated. It hasn't been
Right.
updated in a long time, so they work on that. They also work on disaster recovery efforts. Currently, they've been working with our facilities regarding our Tropical Hillary recovery cost on that. So they've been working on the FEMA, and as you know, federal funding is
Right.
a huge burden that hard to understand, but.
But in our current contract, this is to increase it to 20 hours or something
Correct.
a month?
Correct. So this will add, going from 8 hours to 20 hours a week.
A week?
Yes.
So you're going to add 12 hours a week. All right. In our current contract, we are doing all those items, as you mentioned. It's just at a, not an more accelerated space.
Correct.
Or pace, excuse me.
Correct.
Okay. So, but we are moving forward.
Yes.
Okay. So, once again, same thing, I think we need to pause that item also. And then we've talked about the homeless services and the additional authorized services. So, Chief, do you want to comment? Good afternoon.
Good evening, or good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council. It's great to see you. Great to see you back in the seat, too. Glad to have you here. So,
Your guys were great. That's
Yeah.
all I can tell you.
yeah, that's what we do. So, yeah, we're glad to see you back. So, let's start
Me too.
backwards with the EMD services. You know, we work in conjunction with EMD, and, you know, I think in years past, maybe the city wasn't getting quite what they asked for, but in the last few years, I see a lot of improvements in that area, and I think it would be beneficial for the city at some point, I don't know about now, with the budget deficits to move forward with that contract and do another day. I think it would benefit the city, especially with the general plan and the other items that they're working on. So that could be something that would help the city improve in their, in disaster preparedness and work in that EOC.
Right, certainly.
So-
But at the same time, I'm thinking that we're still moving forward with it and trying to be aware of the deficit that we're in right now.
Yeah,
I mean-
I understand that. For the cost, I think you get a lot more bang for your buck to have somebody here 2 days a week, if you want my opinion on
Sure.
those services. So,
Absolutely.
yes.
Okay.
So the WPA, the Wildland Protection Agreement, just so you know, on our side, myself and my assistant Roger, we were able to write that, and it did get approved through the region. So everything is completed on that. It's just depending on now if you guys would like to move forward with it. I think
Right.
it's a great insurance policy. If you get something in the Norco Hills or in that river bottom, just because there isn't transmission lines down there on a windy day, that's going to give you guys full support from the state on aircraft, bulldozers, and everything without worry that we're going to come in here and put that out. So if something did happen without that, obviously, we're still going to put the fire out, but there could be aircraft costs, different things that could come back to the city that we never want to put on you guys.
Right.
So that's the, out of all these, yeah, that one's very important, but I understand it is $67,000 a year to put that insurance policy in place.
Well, and what troubles me is I'm the one that pressed you to put this together.
Yeah, and
Okay.
you know what, when
And so
I went to Chief Lane with that too,
Right.
and I said, hey, why isn't there one here? Because it's been on my mind, because we have a gap in the river bottom that isn't covered, and that's in Norco. We have Eastville and Harupa Valley who has theirs, and then we have the gap here, which continues into the Norco Hills that, and like I said, it's an insurance policy. That's why we
Yeah.
have auto insurance and everything else. It's to cover those costs in case something bad does happen.
Correct.
So
I mean,
everything's in place. It's just you guys will have to
Right.
talk about it and figure out if that's something you
no,
want.
and I'm with you 100% on that, and I've always supported it. It's, that's the challenge, that
Yes.
we got to find $6 million.
Yep, I understand.
Okay.
I'm still going to
So-
push you to do it, but
Your next
I
items?
understand. It's, I want to see that for this
Yep.
city, because that will pretty much, because we have WPAs now in Corona, and that would pretty much kind of fill this whole
Right. Right.
northwest area with protection from the state, an insurance policy, basically. So
And
we're missing
Eastvale
that gap.
has
Yeah, Eastville
theirs.
does too. They
Right.
have pretty much the same acreage as you do, around 1,200 acres is what we mapped out, so.
Would it help with our insurance?
I can't say that. I
I'm
can't
just
say that would
wondering.
help with the homeowner's insurance, but like I said, it would help in a catastrophic situation if there's a fire here for the city not to take any of that cost on.
Right.
If there was a major fire, so.
And see, that also would be the 200 and some acres that we have in the riverbed, but also the 400 and some acres in the hills, that
Yep,
open
in the
space.
hills, it covers all that,
Right, right.
so. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at the draft of it yet, so.
Yes, sir.
You did, okay,
Yeah.
good,
Right.
so.
Greg, now that $67,000, our insurance policy, if we don't get that and we do have a fire, we're not going to receive those?
Well, there's
Or
different
we're gonna have to
mechanisms.
pay-
There's different mechanisms, like if there's a fire in the city that comes off the Norco Hills, and we can't put it out with the resources from the city or whoever's in auto aid agreement with us, then I, as a division chief, can go to the unit, to our duty chief, and ask for CAL FIRE Master Mutual Aid, which we're gonna come in there and put that fire out. But aircraft is not part of that. And if the aircraft comes from the federal tanker base or something like that, those costs could be, come back to the city at some point. I'm not
Every
saying that
fire
would
I've s-
happen.
Every fire I've seen that we've had in the mountains, which not very few, but like in a river bottom, they're always using aircraft.
Yeah,
That's the
exactly.
only way they can get to that.
So, and with that CAL FIRE Master Mutual Aid, what happens is CAL FIRE will come in, we'll put that fire out, but once the threat is mitigated, there's still a lot of work to do. And then from there, the city would have to pick up the cost of like the mop-up stages and things
Right.
like that, so.
And you
It's just
get a
something to
bill
think
from the
about.
feds
Yeah.
and all of that, so.
So it's just something to think about.
Yep,
Hopefully, that
absolutely,
never
Chief.
happens, but if it does, and we
Right.
have that insurance policy in place with the state of California, then you're gonna get that
Yep.
full coverage, and we're gonna put that fire out, and that pays for that, so.
Gone 15 years without it since we went to CAL FIRE.
Yes.
Right.
That is true, so.
Okay.
The last one was the fire marshal services.
Mm-hmm.
So we are going to have to reconcile. I'll have to get with our fire marshal staff and reconcile those hours and see. I know as we had a meeting a couple months ago, make sure that our staff is split. I know our fire systems inspector is 2 days in Eastvale and 2 days in Norco. Our fire safety specialist position has been vacant. They've been using Frank Martinez to come back in to try to help because he promoted into an assistant fire marshal position. They have moved him back in now to continue working in Eastvale and Norco. I know that some of the projects have been falling behind. I've been working with our fire marshal staff, say, hey, we need to keep up on this. But even if with those half positions we have, I don't think it's enough. I think both Norco and Eastvale are really developing a lot. We're not getting done our annual inspections that we need to. And in my opinion, we need a full-time, at least one full-time person here dedicated to Norco. Somebody that's going to be here to push everything. And the other half position that you would have would be a supervisor, making sure that work gets done. And that supervisor can also step in and do plans checks. They can also go out and do business inspections. So that's why we're kind of pushing this to the city. Most of our contract cities within the county have moved to this direction. So they have individuals or fire marshal staff individually staffed with each city instead of split. So the last 4 or 5 years, you know, with COVID and coming out of that, things were kind of slow. Things are really picking up now. So.
Okay.
So anyway, I hope that.
But you're still going to see where we are today.
Yeah, and
Right.
just so the council knows, Eastvale, they are going to move forward and with a full-time position. They told me that that's the direction they want to go because they're very busy. So we'll have to figure out exactly how that works for Norco since we split those positions. But
Could work to our advantage.
Yep,
If
so
we're
we'll
not
have to-
getting our full 4 hours, because if
Yes.
Eastvale's sucking up a lot of that time.
So we'll have to take a look and
Right.
see how that looks as well.
We
So-
actually pay for it when we buy something from Amazon, just so we're clear.
Yeah,
Well, I hope that explains.
it
kinda-
does. Thank you, Chief.
Okay.
Okay. Does staff have anything to add at
I
this
have-
time? If not, well, I'm sorry, Kevin.
When
go-
you're ready,
go ahead.
when you're ready, I'm good.
Just to ask with our fire marshal and inspections and plan check fees, you know, they are cost recovery costs. So we do, the goal is to recover those costs as when somebody comes in through, get their permits.
But the fees would not increase to change this from part-time to full-time.
No,
You're submitting a project for, there's $100 in plan check fees, right? So it gets done in 2 weeks or 3 weeks. To have a full-time person to accelerate that and it gets done in a week, you're not collecting anything more than that original fee.
no, but during our fee study, which I'll let you discuss, it's something we're looking into to make sure that regardless, we're recovering our cost of that position.
To expand upon that, depending on the direction from here tonight, so if you do move forward with funding that full-time contracted position, that will be incorporated into the in-progress user fee study. If it's not council's direction, then we continue with the status quo as it is now.
And when is our fee study scheduled, projected to,
It should hopefully be within the first quarter of the next fiscal year.
okay.
First
Right
coming
about-
in and
So right
reviewing
about
it.
mid-year adjustments.
It'll be assessed once we get around to that time frame.
They're currently reviewing the, I guess you would say the initial draft, and they're going through it to review, staff is reviewing that to see making sure we're not missing anything. And
Thank you. Kevin, or, well, Kevin was first, then Fia.
So for me, the budget's kind of, every year it's contextual, and again, I love the idea of this Norco dilemma. The truth of the matter is that we, when I got on council, you still had Chino, you still had a lot of communities that literally were kind of like ours, or portions of communities. And we've basically done the impossible. We literally do not have enough rooftops to pay for the services that people want. We do not have that. And the only other types of communities that survive like ours are very wealthy communities. When they want to build a 14-unit apartment complex next door to somebody's Tudor mansion, they all get together and they buy that piece of property and say no. That is really how they survive. We've actually done, the truth is, we've done the impossible. What we've done is impossible. To have a surplus that we have, to have the kind of services we offer, and literally we've grown, what, by 1,000 residents since 1990? What most communities do is what we did in our hills. We were running out of money, and so what we did was we downsized the lots and built in the hills. Well, now the state's forcing us to do that. And part of the reason the state's doing that is, as we've just found out this week, is like that apartment complex, the vast majority of that money, the property taxes, will go to the state. 52% to the education folks. 52%. And so it makes it very, very difficult for a community like ours to survive. So what I've tried to do is, what is my core value? What's my core responsibility? And obviously public safety is first and foremost. It's number one for me. I will do everything I can to keep the sheriff's substation. I will do everything I can to keep every fire station open. In the past, Norco has in fact closed fire stations. Catastrophic preparedness, I respectfully disagree. I think the Wildland Protection Agreement is actually very critical. For example, let's say Norco doesn't burn down, but let's say Silver Lakes does. We're in the middle of trying to put together the I-15 commercial corridor. Silver Lakes is literally the linchpin for Eastvale. They don't know it because they're drunk with Amazon money, but they don't understand all their restaurants are full because of Silver Lakes. Europa Valley is capitalizing on it. Corona is capitalizing on it. All the way down to Lake Elsinore, you have teams that are literally going up and down Silver Lake, from Silver Lakes, going back and forth to get to hotels. I would also say number one is IT. Right now, cities are under assault. They are literally, we have been so lucky that we've had good personnel that have, I mean, when we open the ground, they put in the proper cables. So we've been very fortunate. I worry that someday we will get an attack. We will have something that will happen and we won't be prepared. All you have to do is go into the IT room as it exists today and you realize we have a problem. I mean, it's a closet, and so we need to fix that. The second, the number two thing for me is to protect the lifestyle. We have to, through our various zoning, through being aware, through volunteerism, we've got to protect the lifestyle, but also part and parcel. It's not just the equestrian lifestyle, it's the youth sport lifestyle. If we in fact begin to make it so cost prohibitive for kids who are coming from Eastvale, one, we begin to negate the competition level, which is not good, but two, we're going to have issues with kids being in the back of patrol cars. That's why the youth sports things is so very important. The economic arm, there's nothing in our budget to improve the economics of the city of Norco. We need another leg. I've been saying that, we all understand it, and part of the problem we've had is we've had consultants. For example, the fellow that was supposed to give us some ideas for the old community center. Basically, I heard that he was a jogger. I mean, it was ridiculous. We got nothing out of that. But that is a very critical component to the city of Norco. And the reality is we actually do very well in terms of generating income. One of the other things that's important to me is I think we need to really begin to look at the buildings. We have put so much money into Riley Gym, and both Greg and I 20 years ago said, why are we doing this? Go into the Scout House. Now, Boy Scouts and that the use of that building is actually a very important building to the city of Norco to youth sports. Go into the bathrooms. The reality is if you have children in there, if that were my facility, it would be shut down. The state would shut it down. And so we have to think about Nellie Weaver Hall. We have to begin to plan those things. I think some of these things I'm about to say need to come at mid-year. I'm not in a panic. Every other city that I'm running into, and I'm in a position to see a lot of cities. The public safety money that's being required is devastating to cities. And the joke is, it's not going to save people going to other agencies because everybody's raising their prices. So it's not going to help. We're going to raise our prices, then Buena Park's going to raise their prices, then that city's going to raise their prices. The joke, it's not sustainable. The public safety dollars are not sustainable. That said, in my opinion, what we pay is worth every single penny, because when we need those people, they are there. And I personally think we have a great fire department, and great deputies. That said, I think at some point, the big kamunamuna in the room is the Measure R funding. It was designed to help public safety. We're not there yet. I'm not saying we're there yet. But that is probably what we may have to look at, is eventually Measure R funding to help us with our public safety. We may also, and I understand, if we can make people understand the Norco dilemma, that they don't pay for anything, or they don't pay for what we need, we may need to look at a public safety tax. I know that word, everybody hates it, but we're not like any other city in the entire state of California, and that is just flat out a fact. Not ready to go there yet, but I think we need to begin to look at it. Animal control, we looked at that, and the problem was it was so cost prohibitive that we looked at it twice, and it was just super expensive. I'm not sure. I'm just not sure how that's gonna. I mean, we can look at it again and see, but it didn't seem like that was kind of a way to go. In terms of the funding for myself, I really believe in the Wildland Protection Agreement. I know it's $67,000, but as the state, which is broke, begins to look for money, we already see it. A lot of the reason they're building all these apartments and stuff is because they get the money. And I worry that if we don't do this, they may go, oh, well, now we need money. I guess we better go after the cities. And gee, they've got a 30 million, 25 million, 20 million, 50 million, whatever it is, reserve. They can afford to pay for that plane. I totally agree with Robin on the homeless services. It breaks my heart because I'm really proud of that program. And the only authorized position that right now I can fund is the IT position, and I sort of put that because it's under the enterprise fund. I realize that the people are paying for it, but ultimately I have to look at what are the things that people will notice if they're gone. They don't see a deputy, they'll notice. If their internet goes down, or if all of a sudden there's a catastrophic lockdown of our entire internet service, but they're not going to notice the movies in the park. They're not going to notice, I mean, they may, oh gee, I wish that was there, we put it on pause. I think those are the things we have to look at. And to Robin's point, I think she's absolutely, and Greg also, I think you're absolutely right. We need to look at what services are we replicating, but at the same time, I'm very nervous at this time to do anything with youth sports, to do anything with some of the youth activities. And I'm also, just in terms of adult basketball and things like that, these are things that bring communities together and bring people into the community. And what you hope is that then they'll then go down the street, they'll eat at a pizza place, they'll eat at our restaurants, they'll do things like that. It's a way of bringing people in. So that's really just my 2 cents. I actually pretty much agree with what everybody has said. Lastly, the fire marshal. I've just been disappointed in the service. I mean, it's like we have such great deputies, we have such great firemen. I mean, I went to the cadet promotion ceremony, and it's just, our guys are awesome. But the idea that we can't get together and in a reasonable amount of time, help every business in town and not get, because, you know, one of the things that in the private sector, you know the people that sign the front of a check and you know the people that sign the back of a check. The mentality in the city of Norco, I believe, needs to be we're all signing the front of a check. That means we do everything we can to generate the income necessary to pay for the wildland protection agreement, to pay for the firemen, to pay for all the things that we want to do. So I just, and then I guess lastly is I don't think we're going to be able to nitpick out of this. It's sort of like the water folks. They sit there and they go, gee, you're going to have to conserve in order to save our water. And it doesn't work. It doesn't work. We have to create another economic leg that is vitally important. We need to have somebody that when Aaron Brothers calls and says, gee, I'm really looking at this one lot and I'd like to do this, but nobody's calling me back. I need somebody that talks to them. I need somebody that talks to Silver Lakes. I need somebody that talks to any of the little businesses that they get instant answers, they get tracked through. And it needs to be somebody that is not already doing 12 jobs. And so we might want to look at somehow creating that nexus point, and it's probably to be found in our Chamber of Commerce. And I don't know how to get them going, but maybe that's the way to do it. At least they can do traffic. And I don't know if you guys want to go through. I've done pretty much the same marking as you guys have. I'm not sure which things you want to get rid of. I think, do you want to go through that list now, Mr. Mayor?
Things.
Yeah.
I wanted to make a couple of comments.
Yep.
Then Fia had a couple of questions, and then we could go, and then go back to Robin. But I just wanted to make sure on a couple of your comments. You and I, years ago, went through austerity measures, okay? So don't take me wrong on some of these, because I always think it's good that we agree and disagree. I just want to make sure that we're clear on the WPA, okay? That will not prevent a fire at Silver Lakes. What it will prevent is us getting a bill that we can't pay, okay? Whether if it needed like federal intervention.
I mean, if you came down, Greg, to the WPA or a dipping station, I'll pick the dipping station if we could ever buy that. I mean,
Right.
I just want to have
once we get to that
right.
point, right. As far as sports, when we look at that, and maybe that was one of my comments, that obviously we both played enough sports, but we have legacy groups, okay? And that we're not forgetting those. Okay. And then just the only other thing on revenue, I agree with that leg that you're talking about, but today, our revenues are the highest they've ever been. The problem is the expenditures are the highest they've ever been. So, Chief, since you're standing there.
I want to make sure that you know the wildland it's not just to protect the city on cost, but it also provides extra resources so we can put that fire out initially. That's
Right.
the main reason for it.
But it's not going to prevent a fire.
It's not going to prevent
right.
a fire.
Okay.
No, absolutely not. But you're going to get
Right.
more resources with it.
Yes.
And whoever the incident commander is not going to have to ask and go down different routes to get. You're going to get those resources as he
Correct.
requests them. So not having it could cause a delay in the resources you get because they're trying to get approval for that.
Right.
They will eventually get that, but I just want you to know that. And then the cost, that could happen. I just want to make sure that you're clear on that too.
No.
So, okay.
I am. I may not have stated it that well.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
What-
Thank you, Chief.
May I add to that? So speaking with the chief earlier today, as the state is going through their budget revisions, through their May revisions, we got notice that they did not approve part of their request. So they are working on revising the estimate for the budget estimate for this year. So there might be some savings there as well on the contract.
So the governor, I think through the May revise, the last part of the raise that was supposed to be happening in July 1 was pulled. So due to some
Okay.
budget
So this is
constraints.
back on your overall CAL FIRE contract.
Yes, which all that you know, and the fire marshal cost are all in that contract. and
Gotcha.
everything, So, anyway,
But that's putting trust in our governor.
no, no, I understand.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
I just like to relay that information to the
I
city
appreciate
manager.
that, Chief.
Okay.
Thank you. Fia?
So actually, my one quick question was to Josh when we were talking about the fee study regarding the plan check, and you gave a guesstimate when that was going to be. I didn't catch it. I was just trying to put it in my notes.
It would approximately be the first, we bring the initial draft to council for presentation the first quarter of the new fiscal year. So we're anticipating public noticing and going through reviews and whatnot, late July, early August timeframe, and then subsequent adoption thereafter.
Thank you. I didn't quite catch the timing. And then also, it's kind of just a protocol question of how this particular meeting is, since it is my first meeting of this type, are we going to go down each item? Or are we just going to kind of keep going, saying, oh, we want this, let's not do this, or?
We may get to that point. That's why I asked city manager to develop that menu.
Okay.
So that if we don't, we have the checklist, we have a menu, pick and choose.
Okay, perfect. So we
Right.
will have a menu
And then
that we can.
probably to expand on that, Honorable Mayor, is given our remaining time in this workshop, we may have to go through a up and down vote on consensus of the items that are brought forth so far. That way staff can have clear direction at this point.
Right. And just to make everybody aware up here that we have a hard quit at 6 o'clock. Okay. Are you okay? All right. Robin?
Yeah, so just a couple of other comments and something to put on the radar. I would like for staff to look at our TOT. I know, or my understanding is that's something that has to go to the voters. But our TOT is extremely low compared to other places that I travel and what I pay when I travel for work. So if we can look at TOT increases and taking that before the voters, I think that's something, and making sure the voters know that it's only paid when you stay in a hotel. So that would be something that our guests would be paying, not us. And then when we talk about program offerings for our littles, when we talk about creativity camp, spring camp, summer camp, things like that, I want to bring kind of a concept of maybe revamping or looking at when we talk about core values, right, Kevin? Are those programs aligned with our core values? So our core values are equestrian, agricultural, all those things. Do our course offerings line up with that? So if we have young people in town, are we providing opportunities for them to learn about agriculture? Are we offering opportunities for them to learn about those things? Right now, we are not. That is not something that's offered by the school district. I will also tell you, like the ranch tour, we just had the ranch tour last month. We sold 465 tickets. There were people from as far as like San Diego, Orange County, Riverside County, all the places. The 465 did not count children. Easily, everybody had 2 children with them, if not more. So when we talk about what our offerings are, I don't want this concept to be like we're trying to cut programs, but we need to rethink what we're doing, make sure what we're doing matches what our end goal is for our community. We do field trips at the school farm all the time, and people eat it up. We have learning centers about butterflies. We have learning centers about vermiculture. We have learning centers about how your vegetables get from the farm to the store, all of those things. Those things align with our core values. So I want staff to be thinking about how can we align with core values. And I think if we do that, it doesn't matter if they're a resident or a non-resident, I think we're gonna see increased participation because again, it's something unique, something that's not being offered. And so, you know, like if we're gonna stay status quo, I am absolutely in favor of cutting the program. If we are willing to look at aligning programs with core values and agriculture and equestrian lifestyle, then I am willing to give it some time for a rollout and look at how registration changes, and if those programs become self-supporting. So I just wanted to make that comment, because when we sometimes look at like trunk or treat or the Easter egg hunt or some of that, we know we're getting a lot of people from out of our area, but they're not paying. They're just coming and participating. When we look at Creativity Camp and the summer camps and all of that, we have people from out of the area. If we look at a non-resident registration fee being higher but still reasonable, I think those numbers would go up across the board, just from my experience with ranch tours, field trips to the farm, and things like that. So I did want to put that kind of out into the information for staff as well. And then just going back to when we look at those unfunded jobs, I'm going to align more with Kevin, like looking at what fund or funds they come from. I also, and just the discussions that we had with Chad while he was here, that utility compliance coordinator, and then you hear about the PFAS in the water, and that's on the federal level, and the stuff is ridiculous. So I just have a hard, and that one, general fund wise, is $4,800. Like, I don't want to put that work on staff when it's gonna, out of general fund, cost us $4,800 to have another position. Now, I don't know how hard it will be to hire for that position, but when you just think of all the regulations and all the stuff, and our state and our feds just keep putting more and more on to our folks, for that's gonna be super important for me. And like what Kevin said with the IT, I wholeheartedly agree with that as well. So as we're going down, I would just ask that, as we look at those, we look at what funds they're coming from and the impacts. And then I'm also, again, with Kevin, and especially after what we've seen in LA County, I'd rather have an insurance policy. And if something were to happen, if we have deficit now, we wouldn't be able to pay the bills when they came. So I'd rather pay that insurance policy and have the protection that we need. And then for staff, on the fire specialist and deputy fire marshal, like, how long will it be to get the reconciliation? And then I get with the fee study, this is gonna be a pass-through cost. But how long will it take to get that kind of reconciliation to say, this is the number of hours that you were getting and the services provided? So it will give us, at least kind of for me anyways, a baseline of, well, we said we were getting, however many hours a week, but it was really only 75%, or the spot's been vacant for X number of days, and so we only got whatever percentage it was. Because for me, having that baseline will help me figure out like where we should be if we hire full-time. And then I would guess we're going to be paying more attention to that should we go to a full-time, and make sure that we are getting what we're supposed to be getting for the amount that we're paying. So that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
I had to your comment, a couple of your comments, Robin. Sam, we have two utility compliance people right now, and this would be to add a third.
Correct.
Okay. And out of that smaller amount, but most of that funding is through water fund, sewer fund? Okay. But Robin, there's still that impact on future retiree costs, medical costs, all
Yes,
that.
Mr.
You know
Mayor,
all
I
that stuff.
understand.
Right.
Thank you. I don't need you to explain the budget to me.
Yeah, I know that.
I do have a clarifying question, though, Sam. My impression when we had discussed things on the dais before with Chad was that the compliance piece was getting so large that the other portion of the job was, my understanding was, it was getting to be too much with compliance and whatever else the utility folks were doing. So like you said, we have utility compliance people right now, And they're 100% utility compliance, or what else are they doing?
They run our backflow program. They deal with NPDES stuff, inspection services for water quality management facilities throughout town. That's a requirement, all kinds of stuff of that matter. So they're wearing multiple hats at this point.
Okay, so that's clarifying for me a little bit. So when we go to the compliance coordinator, would some of that work shift off of them so they could do like other stuff, and this person would just be compliance kind of stuff, or we're literally just adding a third person that's going to wear 6 hats?
I believe they were going to try to specialize and try to have one person do one job instead of having 3 the same.
Okay. So it would be 2 people doing the same thing, and hopefully this other person would be kind of specialized in the compliance stuff.
Yes, and I mean, in the dream world, we'd like to have everybody able to do all the jobs, just to have the redundancy, but
Right.
initially, just going to be trying to cover that base.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for the clarification.
And then just on programs, however you want to approach it, Robin and the rest of the council, but I'm just going to use one as an example at this point, and Robin had mentioned it, was like on Trunk or Treat. And we look at that request, $20,000. When we've, on some of these programs where we get donations, we have a line item and then we get donations, we're spending general fund money first before we spend the donated money?
It would be the opposite, sir. We would
I
spend
mean,
the
today, I agree with you, we should spend the donated money first. Have we been? My question is,
It has not been consistent, is what we have found
Okay.
out. So that is something on a policy basis that we're moving forward
All
to
right.
ensure that donations are used first before the budget.
okay, all right. So we'll hold that to policy. But as we look at some of these programs, let's say Trunk or Treat, when it first started out with the sheriff, it was a great little event at Pikes Peak Park in the parking lot, and it was under control. This now has expanded to where, I think last year was 2,200 folks. I believe that percentage of residents that's shown at 42% is way too high, okay? I think the amount of Norco residents was much lower. But what we don't see in this is that not only community services, but facilities, we have to close down the arena for maybe 2 days before. We have to also use facilities personnel to get the arena ready, to get everything ready to go in conjunction with community services. And I believe our lieutenant could answer it, but I also believe that we hire additional security for that. Not sure I'm making that assumption. But there's also additional cost impacts from other departments to put on something that, as Robin said, doesn't really show our lifestyle and is not really being attended by Norco residents.
So I believe last year we did hire security just because of the footprint of the event, and they had to help with traffic control up at the arenas.
Yeah.
But there's no extra sheriff cost for that.
Okay, but security then? Security,
Yes, security.
thanks. And the cost of candy's going up. Okay, so, Greg?
Going back to the fire marshal, and I'm just gonna throw this out there. It's what is it, $120,000?
Correct.
With Silver Lakes and every event that we sell tickets at Ingalls Park or any other event, if we did a $2.50 charge for the city for that, it's $120,000. Doing the math just right now, we would have a surplus of money left over. I know it's a tax, but it's not. It goes straight to the people that buy the tax. They'll still be able to have a ticket for $15 to get in the rodeo or whatever. This won't affect the fare because they sell a button. But if you sell a ticket, you charge at $2.15, which that would cover the charge for like Silver Lakes anytime they have a concert and the fire marshal has to go down there and inspect it. Or if the rodeo or any other event that sells a ticket, they still can advertise that they're selling a ticket for $15, $18, $20. But there's going to be a surcharge just like everybody else does. And it would cover that charge and also throw a little bit more money in the pot. And with that being said, it's a cost that the city is, that you guys are having to figure out where to come out of the budget for. And this way, the people, no matter, and I don't know how we would do that for Easter egg hunt. My first time I ever went there, it was phenomenal. I love it. And without selling a ticket, I don't know where you're going to come up with the money to help that out, but that's another issue.
If
But
we could, Greg, once again, I think that goes back to more of a policy thing, but did you want to comment on the ticket surcharge? I think there's some difficulty with that, or do you want to wait till we have it as a suggestion for policy?
Either way, I was just going to say that you do have flexibility on the amount we put on tickets because we're not imposing something on somebody. So because it's voluntary for somebody to buy a ticket, we have some more latitude there. That was my only comment.
But it would have to kind of be through the groups, I would think, but yeah, I just want to stay more on numbers right now.
Well, having a fire marshal would help her out and her getting her, or Elma, getting the plans through plan check. And when we have an event, we have a guy on site that can go down there, not just 20 hours, but 40 hours a week. But our budget's the first thing on our minds. I think if we really looked hard at adding a surcharge to every ticket out there that we sell, and being the big ticket item with a neighbor to the north, Silver Lakes, that would possibly be another revenue.
If you can collect it, that's,
I just want to add a little
Yeah.
bit of context to the events that we have tickets for. We use Eventbrite, and there's already a surcharge that they pay as part of the city utilizing that service to sell the tickets, just for context.
like on Day of the Cowboy.
Yes,
Yeah.
that applies to Day of the Cowboy, that applies to Breakfast with Santa, that applies to people who buy wristbands for the Christmas festival.
But what do we get for having a concert down there?
Concerts, there's no charge. Concerts at Silver Lakes or concerts at Pikes Peak?
No, not Pikes Peak, but
Concerts at Silver Lakes, there's fees associated with the Silver Lakes application process that the applicant pays the city.
yeah, probably 10-20% of Norco goes to those. Almost everybody's from out of the city. And if we have a surcharge of $2.50 a ticket, they still can advertise, but then it becomes a surcharge or tax or what, we can't call it a tax. But-
Yeah, sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
Unfortunately, those are not our events, so those are Silver Lakes events. So
Correct.
the funding and everything goes through them.
Can't we still charge and put it for every ticket being sold on that?
Through our permit process, we do have our fees, and when the permit holder comes in, those fees are on there, but not a specific ticket, but
Through the application process.
Councilmember Bone, for events that are not ours, exactly as they were saying, we charge a fee for whatever the services we provide. It's up to Silver Lakes to bake that fee into their ticket. So we couldn't add a surcharge onto the Silver Lakes ticket for a Silver Lakes event. All we can do is give them an invoice for what our costs are. They have to figure out a way on their own of how to recoup that.
Well, I agree, but I don't agree.
Okay. Conversation for another day.
Yes.
Robin, Anything else? Do you want to start on, see if we have a consensus on some items?
Yes,
Is that-
exactly. If you'd like to go through this list to start, just to start gathering some consensus.
This is basically a straw poll, in a way. Just raise your hand or throw something. Right. Yeah, of course, why not? Put a smile on your.
So leading us off is with regards to public safety, Riverside County Sheriff's contract by raise of hands, those in majority. Showing all 5.
And we're not taking final action. Council's
Correct.
just building
Yeah, it's
consensus.
just
We'll
a-
bring back a budget for final action that'll be on the agenda.
Correct.
Audience's understanding.
For the CAL FIRE Fire Department contract increase of 1.4 million by raise of hands, those in favor. For the contracted full-time fire specialist and part-time deputy fire marshal of 120,000. Showing 3 in favor. Wildland protection agreement of 67,000. Showing full agreement. Emergency management support of $50,000. Only showing 2 into there, so staff will remove that item from consideration. Continuation of homeless services contract. Based on notes from staff, we will move forward with option 1B.
What's the consensus of the, Robin and Fia, what's the consensus of the commit? Which one do you like?
Well, so I was between 1B and 2B, so I just want to read what the difference is so everybody knows when we're
So
taking
those
the vote.
differences highlighted on the PowerPoint would be primarily relating to permanent housing placements.
Yes. And so, just so you guys know, we are currently at 8 rooms a night for every day. So we are either option or automatically going to 4 rooms a night, 4 hotel rooms a night. And then the other difference is the permanent housing placements. So, but I did want to bring attention to, we're cutting our room nights at the hotels in half with both decisions, so.
1C.
Question for Lizette. Let's say we go with 1B right now, and then at mid-year, things come back and they're not as horrible as we think. Can we make contract adjustments at that time?
I believe so, because it would be a new program a new contract that we will be implementing since this is no longer through our funding that we currently have. So we could work with the City of Corona on that.
And as well, when you hear back from the consultant and they're like, oh yeah, you can pay for all of it, which I don't think that's going to be the answer, but should it be, we can make a change at that time as well. Correct. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm tentatively going to go with 1B with a ask to look at it again at mid-year.
Consensus?
Showing all 5 in favor. Next item will be additional funding for 4 authorized positions.
We can go through this list.
Yes, I was going to, based on the list on screen, I think it would be more favorable to take 1 position at a time, given the feedback that was received. Those in favor of the HR analyst. Showing none in favor, that one will be eliminated from consideration. IT technician. Showing 4 in consensus, that will move forward. Park maintenance worker. Those in favor? Showing none, that one will be removed from consideration. Utility compliance coordinator. Those in favor? Only showing 1. That one will be removed from consideration. At this time, that is the budgeted priorities. Other items for consideration based on budget priority direction. Slide 23 is additional options that can be considered to fund the remaining gap is a discussion on use of general fund reserves, deferring items to future years, if you want us to look into those further, reallocating items to, or shifting priorities, which was discussed, or reducing certain programs, which I think, Mayor, if you want to do that at this workshop in our remaining 15 minutes, or would you like to defer that to a future meeting as far as scale or types of programs that you would like to continue or reallocate?
On reducing funding for projects, program services, correct?
Correct.
I think where I'm at this point in time is this burden's going to have to go back on the staff and the department heads.
Okay.
Well, and I think I'm probably premature with, as we go through that list, whatever the end result is, we still have a major deficit, okay, even with these reductions. I believe that staff needs to go back, all the departments, and look at a certain percentage, okay, whatever that percentage is going to work out, to reduce that deficit. And at that point, am I making that?
Yes, we'll take it up
somewhat
and down
clear? I
look
mean, I
and
think-
see needs versus wants as the Mayor Pro Tem
Right.
iterated.
I mean, whether it's whatever program, whatever department,
Mhm.
you
And
have to go back and make the cuts. I mean, I don't think it's, we can offer, go through every program line by line, but I also think that's a staff responsibility. And
In general,
But with-
I would agree, but it's also, what council would like to provide to the community, because versus, if we were to choose one program versus another, is that something the majority of the council be in? We can come up with particular options and present those at the next workshop.
let's see where we are time-wise, if we can come with some priorities on that.
It's 5:45.
Do you want to do that now, or? Pardon? You're good? On the funding options? So you're good to start that right now?
Okay. So
What slide do you want to start with?
Are you with events first or programs?
So we have these various
Start with
different
events.
programs, activities, and the total amount of funding for those. We can either pull up on the previous slides the amount of participation as needed, or staff can provide more details into those. Turn over to you, Mayor, for deliberation.
Can I ask a clarifying question real quick before
ahead,
we get
Rodney.
going?
Excuse me.
So for example, the concerts and movies in June are this fiscal year, and then everything after July would be what we're talking about here, correct?
Correct.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
All right, do you want to go down this list and just kind of take it one at a time?
Find the page.
This would be,
Just to add to clarity to that, the event that it takes place is on the date there. So if it says June, like for example, Flag Day, we're talking about June of next year.
Okay.
and this is on slide,
Has everyone found it?
okay. So we can go through and go probably one at a time for expediency as we did before. If we want to take a pause just for questions or clarifications, just let us know. Astronomy night, those in favor?
There's no cost
No cost
associated with
at all.
that?
Sorry, breakfast with Santa in December for $7,600. Showing
I see.
1, 2, 3.
We sell tickets to that.
Hold on, let's take a pause really quick.
Sure.
We're raising our hands in consensus of keeping or in reducing?
In keeping.
Keeping. There's no charge for that?
No charge for them.
Hold on.
Or there's no
Alejandra,
cost?
There's a cost.
Oh, there is a cost?
There is a cost for astronomy night, but it's minimal in comparison to the rest of the events. Cost for services really would be the printing of the advertising signs that we do. And then the staff, since it's usually very minimal, 2 part-time staff is absorbed in our regular 7:30 budget.
Ballpark number.
I think we had about $500 for astronomy night.
And our attendance is,
Our attendance for astronomy night was about 250 this year.
I will note that does not include overtime from other departments that support the
Correct.
event.
This is just direct cost for community service.
okay, astronomy night?
Okay, astronomy night.
Yes or no, right?
In those in favor of continuing that event, by raise of hands. Showing 1, 2. Astronomy night.
Astronomy?
Yes. Those in favor, showing 3, so that will continue by majority. Breakfast with Santa. 1, 4. Continue. Christmas festival and a parade of lights. All in favor. Concerts in a park, a total of 4, relaying through June, July, and August of the next fiscal year. This can either be all 4, or we can scale down to 2, 3, or there.
So 2, and Robin, I think that put less burden on staff working every weekend too, so.
Okay. So those in favor of scaling this down to 2 concerts in the park for the year. Those in favor of 2, all 5 in majority. Movies in the park, 4 per year. I'm going to split this and see how it goes. Those in favor of 2 per year. Those in favor of 0 per year. Those in favor of all, that only showed 1? Show 1. Those with 1. Showing 3, just 1. Okay. Showing 4 in favor of 1 movie in the park for the fiscal year. Staff will come back with a date of the year that would be most in appeal based on participation in those activities. Day of a cowboy rodeo in July. Showing all 5 in favor. Dias de Muertos in November. Those in favor? Showing 2, so that one, oh, I'm sorry, 3, so that will continue forward. Easter egg hunt in April. Those in favor, raise of hand. Showing 3, 5, all 5 in favor. 4th of July trail ride in July. Those in favor?
That's technically the mayor's trail ride. Okay.
Which was the last time the mayor went on the trail ride?
I will work it every year. Mayor Pro
Mr.
Tem.
Mayor, I didn't say when the mayor worked or when the mayor showed up, when the mayor went on the ride. What year was that?
I was the last mayor that was.
So it's been a minute
It's been
since
a
the
minute.
mayor's been on the mayor's ride.
Yes, ma'am.
Those in favor of the 4th of July trail ride by raise of hands. Showing none in favor, that event will be removed. 4th of July picnic in the park in July. Those in favor? Showing 2, that one will be removed from the event list. Flag Day in next June. Those in favor? Showing none, that one will be removed from the event list. George Ingall's Day in April of next year. Those in favor?
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
What, I see the staffing, what is done for Ingles Day other than putting flowers up at the memorial? And raise and lower the flag?
Yeah. Yeah, and the cost is just for flowers or any other miscellaneous cost. That's about it. It could would
Can-
be absorbed in my operating budget.
I was gonna say, can we get an adjusted budget on that? Because if your flower person's charging you that much, I would fire that person. Because that is excessive.
I believe that the Veterans Commission, regardless of whether or not it's official, they will do something on Flag
Right.
Day. They will do something, as long
I
as they have
agree.
access to be able to raise and lower
A dawn and
flags.
dusk. Yeah, I like what Kevin said, and then, yeah, flowers are at cost. So can you adjust that? And,
Absolutely.
okay, perfect.
And the
Thank-
only flowers you need are really by the
Just the wreath.
Georgingles and by,
The wreath.
It's just the wreath. Okay.
The other thing to add, since we were directed to review all of our programs and budgets to cost, we will have staff also review these costs.
All right, moving forward, Golden Star Mothers Families Day in this upcoming September. Those in favor? Showing 4 in clarifying question, Mayor?
Yeah, almost on the same line as the mayor pro tem on that. I mean,
On the George Ingalls Day?
Like
that-
on Gold
our
Star, what
mothers.
are we doing? Because I feel like it's been changed the last few years what we do.
It has. We have taken over, so we have to purchase programs for that event. We do purchase flowers, and then also now with the artists, we are paying for them. So anything that is associated with that event, we do take on that cost. So that's what that cost is for Gold Star Mothers.
Do we ask for any sponsorships or donations for that event?
We have not in the past, but it was an event that we took over this past year
Okay.
from the Gold Star Mothers. But we can work with them.
it's
to-
a super sensitive event.
Oh, I agree, but I also feel like we can get
But
sponsorships
yeah,
for
we
it.
can try. We probably can get sponsors,
Yeah.
but it's just so friggin' sensitive.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's becoming more and more attended. Well, you were there
Well,
last time.
yeah, and unfortunately, we keep getting more Gold Star families every year too, unfortunately, so, okay.
so could the consensus be that, yes, move forward with the list and
Yes, I
try
did.
to get donations?
Before the inquiry, we did have a total of 4. We will move forward and additional staff direction to appropriate any sponsorships towards that event to cover the cost. Next event, the Cafe Azulendo Spirit of Norco.
Azevedo.
Pardon me. Pardon me. Those in favor? Showing all 5 in consensus.
For the record, the mayor did vote in consensus of Gold Star Mother's Day, so the record should reflect 5.
Yes. Next event of Kids Fun Day at Ingalls Events Center in October. Those in favor?
Question again,
Yes.
Amanda. Do we get donations on this? We pay Rocky Hill Riders to,
We pay the Rocky Hills Riders to set up the obstacle course, and they do everything for it, really. So we do pay for that, and we do pay for the cost for the food for the kids during that event. It's very similar to what Gymkhana does.
it's a core value, yeah. Just want to make sure, and that's a fixed cost with Rocky Hill Riders.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Showing all 5 in favor of that event. Memorial Day for next May. Those in favor? Showing all 5. National Night Out in August.
Who's the host this year? Or in
City of Eastvale, correct?
Eastvale?
So the cost does change when Norco is the host, depending on the location that we host National Night Out at. And as a reminder, this is a collaborative event between the City of Norco, City of Eastvale, and City of Harupa Valley in support of the Riverside County Sheriff's Office and CAL FIRE Riverside County Fire Department.
Bless you. Those in favor? Go ahead.
This year it's in Eastvale.
Yes, so this consensus would be for Norco to continue to participate at the City of Eastvale, which is typically a couple of easy ups that we bring.
Okay, so that projected request possible to be lower.
Yes.
Right. Those in favor? Showing all 5.
Yeah, with a side note that when Norco's the host city, maybe we may not want to be a host city based on that cost acceleration.
Yes, it's every 3 years that we are designated to host, and the other cities will come to us.
Patriot Day ceremony in September. Those in favor? Showing all 5. Rose Elbridge Day in next April. Those in favor? Showing all 5. State of the City in October. Those in favor? I highly...
Seriously, no. When I have a question, our budget was less than what it's, this $25,000 that's being shown this year.
Yes, you're correct.
That's correct. What about, without getting into why those costs accelerated, why don't we try something a little different, maybe on what other cities do, like with videos?
Yes,
that we
definitely.
could maybe do for a lot less money.
Yes, and just a couple of high points on the increase in cost. We, the last 2 years, moved the event to the barn, which has been a great move, and staff recommends keeping it there for many reasons. Last year, we had an increased cost for the large monitor or the screen that we rented, which I think was a great addition. This fiscal year, the IT department has requested that we contract out IT services for this event. So I don't know if Matt wants to talk more about that, but this increase includes contracting out IT for audiovisual. But we can definitely look into what other cities do in terms of video. That's not so much of a live speech. It's more of a pre-recorded message.
So maybe I need to change my vote on the IT person?
Well, let's hear from
I'm teasing.
Matt, why
I think
I wouldn't see you out there putting up the screen. Explain that to me.
part of the reason for that is it's getting more and more complex. We're adding quite a few more audio and visual cues. We ran into that in the past event where videos weren't queued up quite the right way. And there is a lot of equipment that goes into that. So some of the filming equipment that we had did not work properly, so we resorted to falling back to a different type of technology at that time. It just requires a lot of quick thinking, and we do not have the staffing for that.
It is a different type of expertise between audiovisual and conventional IT, which is primarily network and PC-based knowledge. Is apple and orange type of knowledge.
The issue is Matt's my guy. Okay.
Well, Matt's a very knowledgeable person, as I've been discovering this past week, so he can handle the whole fruit basket of apples and oranges.
For me, so maybe you do contract IT out, maybe you don't need it. But one of the problems we have with our young folks is we can't get them off the phones. And I like the idea that our city representative speaks to the people. We can just make it simpler, I think. But I think it's really important that we don't do town halls anymore. I just think who's ever representing us on the given year needs to speak to the public.
So, given the conversation, does council wish to move forward with the cost of 25, or come back with a? Will staff have to go back and re-estimate the number? Would you like for us to come back with an estimated number, or do you want to give us a target threshold?
I'd like to come back with something on it. I know it's not a lot of money, but
yeah, we
avenues. Kevin, what you say is correct, and obviously we've given that speech live before. But maybe
so,
this is a different approach.
I will add that every mayor has a different touch to their state of the city. Robin came in a horse-drawn carriage, and Kevin had 20 minutes of videos of residents. We don't know what this year looks like quite yet, so yeah. So the cost can definitely be adjusted based on the format changes.
So with that, staff will move forward with the state of the city and come back with an updated number. Trunk or treat, those in favor? Raise of hands, trunk or treat. All right, final call for trunk or trees, showing none. So that event will be removed from the event list. We have waste management, residential cleanups, 2 per year. Those all in favor of 2 events per year? All in favor? Wheelchair basketball tournament in a date to be determined in the fiscal year. Those in favor? Or questions at this point?
I think that at this point, we may do it a different way. We'll talk to the prison and maybe do an exhibition game over there. But I think that at this point, the only people in wheelchairs are on the outside of the city. So maybe in the future we look at it.
Okay.
At this point, I can't support it.
Showing 0 for that one. Anybody in protest of that direction? Showing none. The final one is Veterans Day in November. Those in favor? Showing all 5 in favor. So staff will update the events list onto this one. We are showing time for this particular event. So given the mayor and council's direction, what we will do is staff will take the items that have been brought forward to consensus and also take an up and down look across the other programs and activities and come up with updated figures and other considerations at the next workshop that will be announced in the coming days. Mr. Mayor?
If needed before our next scheduled workshop, how much notice do we have to give if we have to have another budget workshop?
I believe most workshops is 72 hours notice, so we could do next week in between council meetings, given that we had to have the budget approved before June 30. But I'm sure you want to do that have the budget approved during a regular council meeting.
I think CIP will go pretty quick. I'm not too worried about that, but that'll have to be addressed at the next meeting unless we have to.
It's the mayor's call if you wish to have staff do an accelerated presentation onto that, or we can push that to the next meeting.
Sorry to interrupt. With 15 minutes left
time,
with Mayor Pro Tem Grunmeyer, the city manager is requesting that we go through programs.
Okay.
If we can, just so that we have updated numbers on, having staff going through the budget, we could prepare what the net effect of all this is at the next workshop.
I vote we spend 35 cents to number the pages next time.
For real, did you see how much it costs for packets? I'm just saying.
Yeah, I get it. Where is it?
And the city clerk has something she'll share with you after.
All right. So everybody ready for a speed round?
No,
All right, so we're going to go through one event at a time as we did with the event. So this is for programs. Adult Pickleball League. Those in favor by raise of hands. Showing 4.
I'm still looking for the page.
That's what I'm doing.
I got it now, I think. Yep, got it.
Right.
Good with that.
Okay, showing all 5 in favor of Adult Pickleball League. Adult Basketball for 3 sessions. Those in favor of 3 sessions of adult basketball. Showing 4 in favor. Youth Summer Basketball League. Those in favor. Showing 4 in favor. Showing 5 in favor. Full consensus on Youth Summer Basketball. Youth Fall Winter Basketball League. Those in favor. Showing all 5 in favor. T-ball. Those in favor.
Does Little League have a T-ball program?
They do. Our fees are more affordable than that current program.
Your fees are more
Yes.
affordable.
Yeah.
But non-resident fees more affordable?
The non-resident fee is $10 more than our resident fee. I would have to compare that to what Little League does, because I believe Little League does, so Little League is a little different. They have guidelines on who they can register, and that's set by Little League International. So it's a little different than ours.
Yeah. I'll just tell there was a person that I knew that could not afford to pay the Little League fees and kept their child in the T-ball league for a little bit longer just so they could play. So you know what? Vote on the side of kids.
So those in favor of T-ball, raise of hands, showing all five in consensus for spring and fall sessions. Basketball summer camp, those in favor? Showing none. Volleyball summer camp, those in favor? Showing none. We People for 6 sessions, those in favor?
I have to abstain because I have a conflict.
Okay. Those of the remaining council in favor of 6 sessions of We People? Those in favor of a reduced number of sessions of We People?
Just point of order, Robin had mentioned if we made the focus more agricultural with the core values. So maybe what we need to look at is, can the We People staff go back and design something like that? And so maybe we could just put that off.
Is direction to design something for the same age group or something different for a different age group?
I think for
So
the
we
same,
understand.
I think for the same age group.
Same age group, same days and times? Or, I mean, the times can fluctuate, but right now, We People is 3 days a week.
Come up with a program. Come up with a play school program with an emphasis in agriculture and some of our core values.
With the same budget, or would you like to see a reduction?
I'd like to see what they come up with personally.
Come up with.
So,
I think, I believe the question this time, the program as is.
Yes, so I'll
not.
circle back is, given the additional information, those in favor of keeping the budget as is and scale as is, but with changes in the structure to fit city's values. Those in
I have to
favor?
abstain.
Those in favor?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, showing 4 with 1 abstention. Spring camp, those in favor?
Abstain.
Okay, showing none with 1 abstention. Summer camp,
Abstain.
those in favor? Showing none with 1 abstention. Next slide. Creativity camp for 5 sessions, those in favor? Creativity camp with a reduced number of sessions, those in favor?
Abstain.
Showing none with 1 abstention. Gingerbread build with Santa.
What is that?
I'll actually probably might as well stay up
Big
here.
exercise today, aren't you? Up and down.
This was first offered this past December, and it was an opportunity for individuals to come in and families to build a gingerbread house with Santa.
Was there a cap on registrations?
There was a cap on registrations because we did 2 sessions, and it was hosted in our activity room at the senior center. It was the first time. We wanted to see if we could fill that room. It's a decent size, and we did. We had 2 full sessions.
So I'm just wondering, because when there's a cap, I don't think it's fair to like judge the program off of the numbers that are here. Was this the same weekend as all of our Christmas festivities or a different weekend?
This was a different weekend. This was I want to say the weekend prior. The first weekend
so
in
the
December.
first weekend in
Yes,
December?
this was a Saturday.
And would staff be open to moving, like, since you were full both times at the senior center, like moving to Nellie Weaver Hall and saying, like, the cap's 100? or
Yeah,
whatever?
that's
Is
something
that
we're
the thought
definitely
process?
open to.
Okay.
It was our first time offering it, and we thought it did well. So yes, we are definitely open to expanding that.
And was this a paid event or ticketed event?
This was a ticketed event,
Okay,
yes.
perfect. And to break even or make a profit?
To make profit.
Okay.
This one, we priced out the cost of the actual gingerbread houses that we purchased. And then it was a ticket, but it was a ticket per family. So one family worked on a gingerbread house. If they wanted 2 gingerbread houses, they got charged for that additional house.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
righty. Going back, gingerbread build with Santa. Those in favor? Showing all 5 in favor. Next program, Tiny Tot Olympics. Those in favor? Showing 3 in favor. Tiny Tot Variety Sports. Those in favor?
What is that? Just stay there.
Tiny Tot Variety Sports is a program to introduce sports because it's for the young age group. And so it rotates through soccer, it rotates through basketball, flag football, just as an introduction to sports.
With that elaboration, those in favor, raise of hands. Showing 2, the program will be removed from consideration. Next slide. That concludes the number of programs. Mr. Mayor, we return workshop back to you.
Okay. Staff have anything else? Was that direction?
No, we will, based on the direction we received, we're going to go back and have our staff look at all their costs as well and specifically address the cuts that were made here to address those issues. And we will bring a revised preliminary budget for the workshop number, so.
And about how much do you think we will have that sooner before our next scheduled meeting?
Are we going with a special meeting?
We would need a special meeting
Okay.
to do it.
I'm thinking. All right. Council members, anything else? Not hearing anything, then we will adjourn to closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And
Going into closed session on conference
If we
with
could,
labor
1 second,
negoti-
Colin? Anyone need a break? Fast. Run. Pardon? the city attorney, please report on closed session items.
There was
Colin?
no reportable action, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We'll now have the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilmember Bash and the invocation by one of our dearest friends, Pastor Fred. Thank you, Kevin. Good evening.
Could you all be in agreement with me with the prayer for this city? It's a great city. I've been in the city for over 13 years, and I never felt a stronger urge to just pray for the wisdom and the counsel of this great group of leaders. Father, we just thank you and we bless you now. We thank you, Lord, that you said in your word in James 4:2, we have not because we ask not. But I'm asking that the city, oh God, Horstown, USA, and the city officials that have been godly appointed, Lord, I just pray for wisdom and strength. You said there's counsel and a multitude of counsel, godly counsel. And Lord, I just pray that you said in James 4:2, we have not because we ask not. But this counsel is asking for you to direct them and give them the wisdom that you will supply according to Philippians 4:19, all of their needs. I pray for the resources that have left the city, that it will come back double. I pray, Father, that there will be more donors, there will be more volunteers that will do the task that's at hand, so this city will be a shining light in this nation. I pray for the mayor, Greg Newton, right now, that you will continue to give him wisdom, God, as he leads this mighty city. I ask you this now in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Fred. So good to see you.
Good to see you. Good to be here.
And Pastor Fred, Berwin wanted me to tell you hello.
Oh, I miss him. Tell him happy trails to you. I have to go teach now. I'm sorry.
Thanks. Okay. So we have a presentation. Tonight, the City Council is recognizing June as LGBTQ+ Pride Month by presenting a proclamation recognizing our local LGBTQ+ history and reflecting on the strides that we have made to ensure all citizens feel accepted and included. And I'm going to read just a little bit of the proclamation. The city of Norco is a diverse community that is honored to celebrate the history and the legacies of LGBTQ+ community members who have contributed to the economic, cultural, spiritual, and political development of our city, state, and country. Now, therefore, I, Greg Newton, Mayor of the City of Norco, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim June of the year 2025 as LGBTQ+ Pride Month. And as we've do with all our presentation and proclamations, this proclamation will be displayed at the Heritage Room in the Community Center. So I appreciate that. And now we'll move on to City Council reports on regional boards. Kevin.
So the RCA meeting, just as that's the Riverside Conservation Authority, we have conserved several 100,000 acres. The problem we're having right now is that we now have folks that want to sell their property who are taking advantage of the system. And the way it's baked in, they can get an appraisal for a property, and then go to arbitration. And generally speaking, the arbitration number is much, much higher, whereas it far exceeds what the property is actually worth. But the RCA is forced to pay that price, even though it's far and away more than what the property is actually worth. And if it's in the designated area to be conserved, even if it's like right next to a freeway, we are forced to buy that property. And so we're looking at a possible down the line not having any money to purchase any properties. We're having a lot of difficulty with the state and the federal wildlife agencies. They don't want to sort of give in, and then of course the developers don't want to give in because the owners of the property, because they're making a huge profit. So we have that problem. Then WRCOG, we next week we have our big gala event, and we have a Norconian that's going to be honored at that event as one of the volunteers of the year through the entire Western region. And then we also gave a pay raise to our director of $18,000. He's now making $326,000 a year. The good news is he has literally tripled the amount of money coming into the WRCOG. And as you know, they have agreed to pay for the new walls and the sound walls, and we actually get a lot of benefit out of that. There was a lot of controversy about the amount of pay, but it ended up passing, I believe, 16-4, because they figured that his service was so valuable. And that's all I have to report.
Thank you, Kevin. Thea?
On May 22nd, I attended the RTA board meeting. And the ridership is up 8.9% this fiscal year as compared to last fiscal year. So that's a pretty big increase. And let's see, the Board of Directors awarded an agreement to Transportation Management and Design Incorporated to conduct a comprehensive operational analysis for the agency, and it's a 10-year service plan, and incorporate planned growth and development throughout the region, and the budget was approved. So this concludes my report.
Thank you. Councilmember Bowen.
We went to a fair meeting. By the way, Fia is working extremely hard on all the sponsorships. My hat's off to her. Everything seems to be going fair, and it's right on board. And for the Northwestern Mosquito Vector Control Board, they're gearing up for a hot season, and nothing really new to respond for that. And then this weekend, we went to Tony's Hay and Gray 40th anniversary. Kevin was there. We roped a few other people in that happened to show up to buy products to helping us, and it's amazing. Like Kevin said, they're the third oldest company in Norco. And by the way, Kevin's company is family's company is number one right now. So with all that being said, it was great to get out there. Extremely hot, but a good turnout. And for the Lake Norconian Club Foundation, I'd love listening to Kevin talk about the history. I mean, I could sit there. I love history. And it was nice to see everybody show up, and it was a great setup. And I can't speak any more about that, but I could listen to Kevin all day long talk about history. But thank you, guys. That's it.
Thank you, Greg. Just FYI, Kevin makes most of that up as he goes along, okay?
Yeah, but it's fun listening to it.
We'll move into public comments. City Clerk, do we have any public comments?
I have no public comments, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll move into the consent calendar. Do any council members have any items they need to have pulled? Hearing none.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Councilmember Bash, Councilmember Sullivan, Please vote. Motion passes with Councilmember Grummeyer absent.
Thank you, Dana. Okay, public hearings. Our order of presentation for public hearing items is staff report is the presentation, council questions of staff, open and close public hearing, and council discussion and action. So item 5A, I'd like to call on our Human Resources Manager, Cindy.
Good evening.
Evening.
So I'm here today to present the city's vacancies and recruitment retention efforts. Today we'll be discussing the new assembly bill that came into effect on January 1st, 2025. We'll discuss the legal obligations that we have, the current city vacancies, and the recruitment and retention efforts that we've been doing. So AB 2561 amends the Myers-Brown Act to address the issue of job vacancies in local government. It mandates that public agencies assess and address vacancy rates annually to avoid the negative effects of understaffing of public services and labor relations. The bill also requires public agencies to report on the recruitment and retention efforts during the public hearing before adopting their budget, which is why we're here today. So the three things that we're obligated to do is to track our vacancies, which we currently do. We have all of the reasons that employees separate, so we're tracking that. Also annually present information on the status of the vacancies, which we are also doing today. And then identify during this public hearing any policies, procedures, and or recruitment efforts that may present obstacles in the city's hiring process. As mentioned previously, the presentation must be made annually and before the city council, adopts the annual budget. The city recognized employee organizations is the NGA and the UWUA Local 606 are entitled to make a presentation, either affirming or rebutting, but this is a completely optional item. So if the vacancy exceeds 20%, then they can request additional information, and as you'll see in the next couple slides, we are below that. So during the fiscal year 24-25, you approved 90 full-time positions. So this number excludes any part-time or limited term staffing numbers. As of May 9th, there was 13 vacancies, which reflects a vacancy rate of 14%. Again, all the data is as of May 9th, 2025. NGA shows 3 vacancies out of their 31 positions, which is a 10% vacancy rate. And then the Local 606 has 4 vacancies out of their 22 positions, which is a 18% vacancy rate, bringing us below that 20% threshold. So we had a little bit of a discussion on some of the current vacancies, and this is just a little bit of a summary as to where we are on those vacancies. And so I won't go through all that. We talked about it a little bit. So on our recruitment efforts, just last fiscal year, we implemented the NeoGov Insight, which is an online applicant tracking system. The system allows applicants to submit and track their applications online and receive notices via email. NeoGov Insight is used by over 650 public agencies in California alone. The number of applications that we received as a result of moving online, for those of you who don't know, we used to take them via paper. You had to drop them off to City Hall. Last fiscal year, we received over 1,600 applications, and so far this year, through May 9th, we've received over 2,000 applications. The average number of to fill vacancies from opening to when the candidate accepts the position has varied. Last year was about 90 days. I was short-staffed, it was just me. And then this fiscal year, as of May 9th, it's taking us an average about 74 days. The number of recruitments. In 23-24, we had 23, and then as of today, it's 23 as well. Some of the targeting advertising sources, it just depends on the position. So we do multiple different types. One of the general ones are governmentjobs.com, the Jobs Available magazine, and then specialized ones like BC Waters, Water Jobs, LinkedIn, Indeed, American Planning, and so forth. It just depends on what position we have. Then our internships. We currently have 3 interns. There's one in engineering, utility compliance has one as well. HR, I'm sorry, it's 4, and then one in IT. The utility compliance one is actually a grant that we have. So our internship program, even though it's not huge, but we do benefit from the city benefits and also the interns because we expose them to what it is to work in a public agency. And then the last 2 years, we've actually promoted a couple of our interns into full-time positions. So some of our retention efforts. In class and comp study is always something that, we try and do every 3 to 5 years as an average standard in the industry. We did implement the majority of our class and comp in July of 2023. Some of the professional growth and development, we're very open to, providing training to our employees to, grow them professionally. And there's also the ability to get reimbursement for tuition with if they go to school and advance their educational career. Our work-life balance, we do have a 4-day work week, which is 36 hours and we do a 36-hour work week, which I know a lot of candidates think that's one of the reasons that they come here. And then just recently, we changed our onboarding process to also be online through NeoGov. This allows us to provide all of our information to the employees ahead of time, and then have them see what the city is all about. And it helps us get through that process a lot faster so they can go ahead and start training at their current position with their current department. And that's it. Is there any questions for me?
Thank you, Cindy. Does council have any questions?
Couple.
Kevin?
How much time did you put into this? This is a state mandate, and then who do you report to?
To the council?
No, but I mean, do you have to report this to the state of California?
This is just information that needs to be provided to you before you adopt the budget.
Okay, so
long nights doing this, yes.
And the barriers. What do they mean by barriers? Is this a way of what?
I think initially it was brought in by, I think, a labor union. And I think it's, a way for them to provide their input in regards to recruitment and retention.
And did I hear you correctly? You've processed how many thousands of?
2,000 so far this fiscal year.
And how many of those are actually qualified for the position there?
Actually, for the utility maintenance worker is one of the ones that I always go off of because I think we've promoted 2 individuals and then we had 2 vacancies. So in the past, it was very difficult to hire. We were hiring with no experience, no certifications. We had over 300 applicants, and we had to screen those down to experience and those who are taking the opportunity to go and get their certifications. So, even when I talked to Derek, he was very surprised about his candidate pool. He interviewed, I want to say 12 people, and he passed the majority of those. So I don't know if it's, the industry, but having it on governmentjobs.com, our postings, is allowing for people to see those as soon as they come up, and they'll apply. But
So
it
we're
varies by
past the-
position in regards to the qualifications.
So we're past the era when we're having people leave because we don't pay enough?
No comment, sir.
That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Kevin. I have a question on the, with our average number of employees in 2169, and presently this in 2485, but our turnover rate in 21 was 20%, gone to 14, now 15%. So our turnover rate is lower. Is there a nexus with average number of employees and turnover rate? Are the two related somehow, or? I mean, it's the only thing I see where it's like a bigger difference in numbers.
Yeah, because it's not even like if you notice your voluntary ones, involuntary are a little bit higher. My personal opinion is I do believe we're holding our staff a lot more accountable. So I think that helps in regards to our retention, so people know what their job is, and they're motivated to do that job.
And they understand their job.
Yes.
Okay. Good. I appreciate that. Good report. I'm going to open the public hearing. Dana, do we have any public comment?
No public comments, Mayor.
Thank you. Close the public hearing. And I'll call on council for any discussion or action.
Receive and file.
So we have a recommendation to receive and file. Second?
No, I still like to talk about if I could get Rebecca. Sorry.
Ruling?
It's a parliamentary procedure call. It's under discussion, so.
Okay.
The public hearing has been,
Under discussion.
closed.
Yep.
But it's
Quick on your toes, buddy. Go ahead, Greg.
All right, sorry about that. Going back to where we stand on animal control. Do we have enough applicants for that?
That position we actually have on hold right now. We're
Okay.
we're discussing with the city manager what we want to do with that position.
Oh, I have no more questions.
Okay.
Thank you, council member. Want to go back over, or just, are we good with the motion and the second?
I think we're good with the motion, the second to receive and file.
Okay.
If there even needs to be a motion. There's always a discussion about whether you need action. You've heard it. It's in the record. You can't erase your mind and unsee it, but we'll have a motion to receive and file. I always
Please.
get asked if it takes an action.
Please vote.
Thank you.
A motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana. Item 5B, Interim Public Works Director Nelson. This is
Thank you,
our
Mr. Mayor.
Proposition 218 hearing.
Yes, this item is Proposition 218 protest hearing for the approval of the 5-year sewer, domestic water, sewer, and recycle water rates. Basically, in a nutshell, we have found that the current rates for the city cannot fund the water and the sewer. Right now, just eliminating all capital projects, the O&M costs will bankrupt us in 4 years. So what we've gone through is we've hired a consultant to prepare a study to go through and look at what we have for capital projects, what we have for current O&M costs, and then any type of debt servicing, and establish rate structure over the course of 5 years to basically help us through that effort. Right now, we have about in the next 10 years, about $35 million of specified CIP projects, about $30 million of sewer CIP projects specified that need to happen. I apologize. So basically, through that, that we're basically asking as approval of the resolution 2025-34 to approve these rates. I'm happy to ask any questions.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Does council have any questions of staff? And I do. Will it be you or the clerk to give us the total of protests that we received? Is that appropriate at this time to ask that as a question?
Generally, you open the public hearing, as I believe the clerk
We'll
was,
do, okay, under the public hearing. Kevin, you had a question?
Well, I just want to, if they can outline, if you can, just how much the rate increase will affect people, just in terms of numbers.
Basically, most people in town for residential purposes have about a 3/4 inch meter. Right now, the flat fee is $47.85. Within 5 years, that will become $69.59 per month. Obviously, those costs go up depending upon the size of the service. A 12-inch service, which nobody really has, is 10 grand almost. It would go to 14. Commercial services would go about the same amount. And what it does, it's a 5-year structured increase. First and second years are 9%. I believe the third and fourth years are 7%. And then the last year is, I believe, 5.
Goes 99866.
Okay, so I apologize. So it results in 5 years of rate increases, and this is, initially, we were running with a 5-year CIP. We're now running with a 10-year CIP with some unspecified money. So you see it's more like over $45 million for future capital projects that haven't been identified yet.
So with that, Mr. Mayor, just a comment. When I first got on council, the previous city council was afraid that the public would be upset if they raised the water rates. And so we had a enormous lift. The fund was in complete disarray, and well, I think you were there. I can't remember, but we had to do a huge increase. And water is becoming the gold of California, and we have lots of water. We just don't seem to be able to have the will to get it down from Northern California, bring it to Southern California. And some of the plans that they're coming up with that may affect us over time is things like in 2028, we're going to be required to kill all ornamental lawns because they cost money. Now, that'll probably raise the heat like you can't believe, and I don't think people will comply. But those are the kind of plans that are being thrown at us. And it's the truth of the matter is that the taxpayers here in the state of California many years ago voted in a plan to fund more reservoirs, more conveyance systems, and to date, that's how many have been built based on that bond that we all passed. So I don't like raising the rates, but at the same time, water is life, and it's actually right up there with public safety. Without water, we can't do anything. So I think over the course of 5 years, I don't want to vote for this, but we didn't have a single protest. We had a couple people saying just no, but I wanted to speak to them, and they didn't call me. I don't think we have any choice but to raise this rate. Now, one of the things I want to commend you, the Public Works folks on, is a lot of the projects that we do, storm drains, things like that. You work very closely with the county, and you literally save the city of Norco hundreds of thousands of dollars by doing that. Sometimes we have to wait, and with those come street improvements. So the water, the sewer, the storm drains, it's all tied together. And so if you take the sum total, I really believe that if you really look at it, for the extra $20, $25, or whatever it is in the next 5 years, that Norco residents are benefiting from the relationship we have with the county and the state to get a lot of these projects done. I mean, we just got a huge grant for our, we had to pay a lot of money, but we got a great assist in the sewage treatment plant in putting in that new facility, and that's going to pay dividends in the future. So I'm in favor of this. I don't want to be in favor of this, but I don't think we have a choice, and I just kind of wanted to give a little background on the history of this thing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Council members have any other questions for staff?
Yeah, I'm just going to throw this out there. How hard would it be, and this is for Collins and for Sam and for everybody, what if we left it up and drafted up a bill and had the people, the city of Norco, vote on it? Nobody wants their water bill raised, but this way they can vote on it, they know what they're getting. It's just food for thought, throwing it out there. We can do it with a 1% increase every 5 years, 2%, whatever we feel like it's going to take care of Sam and be able to fix our infrastructure and let the city know how dire it is that we need to raise our, and leave it up to them to vote on it. I know we have to vote on this as far as raising our water rates. I don't want them raised, but we have to. But if we leave it up to the people in Norco to do it, I don't know if that would be a good idea or a bad idea.
Council member, excuse me. Let me comment on that.
Absolutely.
Your statement, and then ask the city attorney to jump in. And that in a Prop 218 hearing, technically in my mind, this is a vote of all the property owners in town to either raise or vote no and not raise their water rates. Could you expound on that?
That's correct. Yeah, Prop 218 says that if there's a majority protest, then we can't raise the rate. So there is a vote. This is it. It's a vote that's protected by the Constitution that the people who are getting their rates raised have. The notice went out, asked them if they wanted to submit a protest. I don't know how many protests we've received, but it doesn't sound like there were many. If the people don't like the increase and 50% of them vote no, that's democracy. Then we can't adopt the rate.
It is a vote of the property owners, yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay, any other questions of staff? I'll open the public hearing. Sam or Dana?
Mayor, we have no public comments for this item, and we have one notice of protest that has been received, and that's it.
And all this was mailed and sent to all property owners?
Correct. Correct.
Town.
The process of the Prop 218 hearing, as you know, the notice did go out at least 45 days before the public hearing. We're currently holding the public hearing this evening as we speak. We went through the protest process of me letting you know that there is only one protest. And we are now in the open public hearing portion. We have no public comments from anybody here on site, and it would be Mayor's purview to close the public hearing at his request.
Thank you. I'll close the public hearing. Bring this back to council for discussion and action. And could we also just, on that motion, Kevin, this is resolution 2025-34, approving the 5-year rate.
Yes.
Second? Second. Okay, thank you, Councilmember Bowen.
Please vote. And motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam, thank you for all your work on the study, everything.
Thank you, and
that
thank
you
you,
do.
Chad.
And Dana, thank you also. Okay, maybe we'll move through 5C and I know you're looking forward to it. Call on the Facilities and Maintenance Director, Amanda Hamilton. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I do have a presentation for you. Okay, good evening. So tonight we're going to have the Landscape Maintenance District public hearing ordering the continuation of the Landscape Maintenance Districts, confirming a diagram, assessment, and annual assessment levy for all 5 maintenance districts. Before I go into an overview of all of the districts, of all of the proposed budgets for the districts, I want to give you a timeline of how we got to this point. So on March 19th, the Norco City Council authorized Waive Municipal Finance to prepare the engineers' reports for those 5 districts. They worked with staff, and we worked together to prepare the budgets that you will see here tonight. On May 21st, the Norco City Council adopted those 5 resolutions providing for the annual levy assessments and setting the public hearing for tonight. On May 28th, the city staff, along with Waive Municipal Finance, held the annual LMD resident meeting where we showed the residents the budgets and the associated engineer reports. 6 residents were in attendance for that meeting. So we'll dive into Landscape Maintenance District 1. On February 3rd, 1999, City Council adopted Landscape Maintenance District 1, comprised of 67 lots. The district was formed to maintain landscaping along the Norco Hills frontage of that track. So along River Road, the River Road frontage. So all it is landscaping. We do not do any maintenance inside that track. It's only on River Road. We are proposing to increase the assessment levy by 5%. That 5% is found in the formation documents. So that's a total of $9.58. The total district levy for this upcoming year is $13,455. The annual budget is $13,733. So the estimated beginning fund balance is going to be in the negative this year of $6,042. But the estimated fund balance is also going to be in the negative of $6,321. We will try to look to see how we can work within our means on this district, but I do have better news for the other districts as we go along. The second district is LMD2, Western Pacific. On January 27, 2000, the City Council established Landscape Maintenance District 2, which includes 219 accessible lots. The district is responsible for maintaining the landscaping along Norco Hills Road and Hidden Valley Parkway, as well as selected interior slopes, wetlands, equestrian trails, and Norco Hills Park. The maximum assessment rate will be applied to this district due to the lack of sufficient operating and capital reserves, which is an increase of 2.53%. That 2.53% comes from the formation documents in which we can, the maximum assessment each year is based on the CPI ending in March, which is 2.53. So we're going to go up $22.04 for those parcels with a total district levy of $195,628. Proposed annual budget is the same amount, $195,628. The good thing about we are starting off negative in this district at $11,789 in the hole, but we're coming back out of it at an estimated fund balance of $19,348. For this district, we did cut the porta potty in Norco Hills Park. We also came in under budget on a CIP project to remove that playground. We also have, our landscape maintenance district contract is capped at 4% each year. So that's really helped us kind of dig out of that hole. And I want to continue this momentum that we have started in this district. Landscape Maintenance District 3. On June 6, 2001, the City Council adopted Landscape Maintenance District 3, comprised of 82 lots. This district was established to maintain landscaping along Norco Hills Road, certain designated slopes within the district, and all equestrian trails in the development. So we are going up by 2.53%, which is the CPI, and that is $33.01. So the total district levy is $109,708, with the proposed annual budget being the exact same amount at $109,708. So estimated beginning fund balance for this district, which is also good news, is they are back in the black at $7,643, with an estimated fund balance at the end of this upcoming fiscal year at $14,237. Same thing for this district. We're not proposing any capital improvement projects. We are currently looking at a grant to remove non-functional turf, because that's one of the main drivers for this district, is because we do have that turf. You have a lot of maintenance needs, especially during the summer when the grass is growing super fast. So you are mowing weekly and just the water consumption rates are high. So we're gonna look at that to see what we can reduce and put in drought tolerant plants for this district. So now we go into Landscape Maintenance District 4, which is the largest district that we have. On October 2nd, 2002, the City Council adopted Landscape Maintenance District 4, comprised of 557 single-family developed lots, of which 25 lots receive only trail maintenance benefits. That's that Mount Shasta area. And 5 other undeveloped lots, totaling 562 accessible lots. This district was established to maintain landscaping within designated slopes, both irrigated and non-irrigated, fuel modification areas, parkway landscaping, equestrian trails, natural open space, wetlands, and Ridge Ranch Park. So the operating and capital improvement funds for this district are fully funded. Therefore, there is no need to assess the maximum assessment rates for this district. We are actually decreasing their levy from last year. For LMD4, the non-Mount Shasta areas, we're decreasing that by $49.50, and then for the Mount Shasta area, by $10.86. So they are coming down from their levies last year, which is great news. So the total district levy for this upcoming fiscal year is going to be $507,380. The proposed annual budget is just a little $8 over that, and the estimated beginning fund balance is $358,838. And then at the end of this next fiscal year, we'll be looking at an estimated fund balance of $363,838. So this LMD is doing very, very well. We do have one CIP project, and that's $5,000 for drainage improvements, especially when you look at Upper 4. We do have a lot of those drainage improvements that we've made in people's driveways, and they're about 20 years old now, and so they're cracking. They do need replacement. LMD5. On January 7th, 2004, City Council adopted Landscape Maintenance District 5, comprised of 50 lots. The district was formed to maintain certain exterior slopes, parkway landscaping, equestrian trails, 2 park lots, and Hawks Crest Park. The operating and capital improvement funds for this district are fully funded. Therefore, there is no need to assess the maximum assessment rate for this district. This is also very interesting. We are not increasing the levy whatsoever for this district. So the total district levy is going to be $70,989. Proposed budget this year is $82,493. We're going to start off this year in the black with $61,597. And then the estimated fund balance at the end of this proposed fiscal year is $80,092. Now, we will have one CIP project, which is $30,000, and that's for their annual fencing replacement for the white vinyl fencing. I know in years past there has been some comments about why don't we just do the entire district, but as you see with their fund balances, we would completely wipe them out of any fund balance. And so I feel like this conservative approach has been very successful for us, so we will continue with that. We have about 4 to 5 more sections of trail fencing that we do need to replace, but we will just chip away at that every year so that they could still remain in the black and in a really good position, and hopefully with no more increases. So the recommended action tonight is for City Council to open the public hearing and adopt the 5 resolutions providing for an annual assessment levy necessary to maintain the landscape maintenance districts. And with that, I can answer any questions. We also have Webb Municipal Finance here tonight too to answer anything you may have.
Thank you, Amanda. Good report. Does council have any questions for staff? I have a couple. LMD 2, the maintenance on Norco Hills Road, is that back being paid for by general fund or backed by the LMD fund?
The LMD fund.
Okay, so we've gotten out of that
Correct.
bind. Okay. LMD 4.
Yes.
On the drainage structures. Is it a combination or is it one or the other? At edge of driveway and trail, we put in those ACO drains in some sections with catch basins, but we also did under the trail, and those were metal?
They're plastic, they're like a PVC, like a hard PVC.
Yeah, and there was some metal ones that.
We do, yeah, we have a variety, and it's really dependent, because, you know, you are up in the hills, right? And it's really dependent on the area and how much, you know, flow you have coming down. But I know we have the PVC. A lot of the PVC is breaking, and sometimes we will get people that will ask for additional drainage improvements. And that's something that it's past practice that we've done, where we have worked with the city engineer to ensure where we can place those, and we work with Nova for installation. Okay.
Because there was, when we first did that, there was some bizarre situations of an RKA designed the drainage between driveway and trail. Let's say they only went like on one driveway, just a third of the driveway. Yeah. Instead of going, oh, why don't you go all the way across, right? It's silly and didn't make much sense. Are we correcting that as we go along? Or kind of following the same?
We're keeping it as is. If we do get those requests, then we will make those improvements, but we haven't had a lot of complaints.
Good.
We've just had complaints about the PVC grates breaking. Right. And so that's what we, and they're older, they're around 20 years old, and with sun exposure, they're going to crystallize and decompose. So we are just replacing as needed.
Happens to all of us. Okay. No further questions. I'll open the public hearing. And do we have any public comments?
There are no public comments, Mayor. Oh, excuse me. We have one. Excuse me, Bill Naylor.
I saw him walk up, but I was hoping that. Evening, Bill.
Good evening, Council. I'm not sure. I went to school 50 years ago, and my math may have changed over the training over the last 50 years, but I'm looking at the figures on those things, and they're not coming out the way you would see. If you'll just pull up almost any one of them, I can show you what I'm talking about real quickly. I'm sorry. But what it is they're showing so much money being collected on an annual basis, what the budget is on an annual basis. And then you go down and shows what the starting balance was at the end of the year, and then when you finish the end of the year, they're not coming out. They're like thousands and thousands of dollars off, and I'm just kind of wondering, where's the math? What's wrong with it? That's only my question I had, and that's on 3 or 4 of the ones.
Okay. Well, let's see. We'll see if we can address that, Bill. Do we have any other public comments? Okay,
No further public comment, Mayor.
thank you. Then I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to council discussion and action. Could we hold that for a second? I have a question. For Amanda.
We're not clear on the question because when you do have the levy, so the levy is what we're collecting from those residents, and then we have the proposed budget. The proposed budget does not match what we are collecting. Sometimes the proposed budget can go over what we are collecting from the levy.
So that would likely be a difference in the proposed expenses relating to that. So the amount of the budget is the annual revenue coming in. What is not on that slide is the actual expenses relating to that. So that differential is relating to expenses.
Yeah, there is a difference. It's not always going to be even. Sometimes you're going to have a bigger levy than what the proposed budget is, or vice versa. So I think that's the question. So I think we're good.
We're okay? With you and the consultant?
I
mean,
believe
are
so,
we-
yeah. The numbers were double-checked
Right.
multiple times, and we also had the city manager review everything.
Okay.
Thank you.
Got it. Councilmember Bash, your motions. We have various resolutions. Kevin?
I make a motion to, do we do all of them at once?
All of them at once.
So LMD 1, so I make a motion to approve the assessment levies for number 1, Beezer Track 28765, number 2, Western Pacific Track 25779, number 3, Centex Track 28626, number 4, Norco Ridge Ranch Tracks 29588 and 29589, and number 5, Hawks Crest Track 30230.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Please vote.
A lot different from previous hearings, huh?
Absolutely.
And motion passes unanimous. Thank you.
Andy, you and your staff and all this, I think with Kevin I think you've done a great job communicating to the residents and the neighborhoods. These hearings go so much smoother than in previous years.
It is nice. It is nice to be trusted, and we're very transparent, and we do have those meetings, and there's no surprises, and I think we've been very consistent in our approach. And it's been proven to work. So
It's working. Good job. Item 5D, City Manager.
Yes, we're recommending to continue the public hearing to the regular scheduled city council meeting on June 18, 2025 for the ordinance number 1131, Code Amendment 2025-02. The ordinance for the city of Norco amending the Norco Municipal Code, Title 15, Building and Construction, as well as our Fire Code and Title 9 with Peace, Safety, and Morals for fire and life safety to designate and reflect the fire hazard severity zone maps dated March 24, 2025 by the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection.
Thank you. I'll make a recommendation to continue the public hearing to the regular scheduled city council meeting, June 18. Second, Dana?
Please vote. And motion passes unanimous. Thank you.
city council and staff communications. Call on any of the city staff for comments. Hi, Alma.
Hi. Just wanted to let the council know that the Planning Commission is scheduled to meet next Wednesday, and we had a public hearing advertised for a residential subdivision over on Bluff and River Road. That is being continued. We're working with a developer to further refine the map. So just kind of a heads up and information to let the council know. Thank you.
Thank you, Alma. Okay. Staff? City attorney?
Thank you.
City manager? You survived, so you're good. Councilmember Bowen?
Yeah, I'd like to thank the fire department on Memorial Day. That fire that they responded from while they were up there probably kept the house from going up, the response time, so thank you guys very much. Nothing further.
Just a comment to that. That was the luckiest guy in Norco that day with that fire. There's no doubt about it. Fia? Kevin? I just got one quick thing. Dana, well, let's go back. Concerts in the park. So this Friday, we have our first concert, and we're going to try something new. We're going to have a blues band that's real Chicago blues. Want to see all of you there. Okay. Have we gotten a response from the other council members on emceeing the concerts?
Let me double check.
I believe you were all given notices. Email. The signups.
Yes, that was sent over to Mayor, and Mayor was going to distribute that to council as you saw fit.
Which we did.
Which we did.
Okay.
Yeah. So you didn't get anything back?
No, I was.
Okay.
I'll follow up.
We haven't received anything yet.
I did what I was asked.
Yes, no,
I
thank
did.
you. We haven't received anything directly.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll follow up tomorrow, Mayor.
Okay. So there's 3 concerts left. Each of you got to decide which one you want to do to MC.
I'll reach out tomorrow, Mayor, and get
Good.
each one on the schedule once we know the dates.
Okay. Anything else? Thank you all so much for all your time, all the work on the budget, and everything you do. We're dismissed. Done.